Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning to the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees. We're going to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. We'd like to acknowledge that the board chair, Lori Hodges, is joining us virtually today, so I will be chairing the meeting. Vice Chair Lacey Poitras will move to our land acknowledgement by Trustee Long.
Okay. Welcome, Division Office, located on the traditional land territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Sika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you so much, Trustee Long. We'll now stand for O Canada, please. Thank you to Horace Allen School students for that. We'll move on to our consent agenda. The recommendation is that the April 29th, 2025 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Long, thank you. Is there anything that anyone needs pulled from the consent agenda? Okay, because we have Chair Hodges joining online, I'll just ask if there are any opposed today. So the recommendation that the April 29th, 2025 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented. Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on to emergent changes to the agenda. The recommendation is that the April 29th, 2025 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Yagos. Okay. Any recommended changes, emergent changes? Seeing none. Are there any opposed? Okay, perfect. Moving on to D, declaration of conflict of interest. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflict of interest relating to agenda items from the April 29th, 2025 board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Seeing no declarations, we'll move forward on to our presentations. So our first presentation is a FACES presentation. Mr. Jordan Gunderson, Director of Finance, will provide the Board of Trustees with an overview of the 2023 to 2025 FACES registration program and session. Welcome to our board meeting, Mr. Gunderson.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here to chat with you all about FACES. I've had the privilege and the opportunity to oversee the FACES registration process for Livingstone Range School Division over the last 3 years. And I just want to take the time today to talk to you a little bit about what the FACES program looks like, what the registration process looks like, and highlight some of our successes over the last few years. So FACES is broken up into 3 years. So we have the first year, which is called Challenge. And we have 10 sessions of challenge, and each session can have 36 students. So there's 360 spots available for first-year challenge students. So there's 5 weeks that Faces runs, and so there's 2 challenge sessions that run simultaneously. And so this presents a unique opportunity that sometimes siblings who register together or friends from the same school who register together actually don't end up attending together. They get the opportunity to meet new people and develop socially that way. The second year program is called Journey, and Challenge is a prerequisite for Journey. So only students who have completed Challenge can attend the Journey sessions. So there's 5 sessions, and again, 36 places per session, which means there's 180 spaces available total for second year students. It's 1 session running each week, and this one has the students going on a bit of a hike. It's a traveling excursion, visiting different places throughout their week and their experience. And then the third year is called Service. Now, Service, again, the prerequisites for Service are Journey and Challenge. So a student must have completed both in order to be eligible to attend that third year. And there's 60 spots available. So these Service students, 4 of them attend each of the 15 sessions from Challenge and Journey. So there was 36 spaces for each of those, and then the remaining 4 spaces are filled in by Service students who are there to support those students that are going through Challenge and Service. Service students, when they register, we do ask them if they have a preference, if they'd rather assist with first-year students or second-year students, and we try to accommodate that the best we can. But sometimes there's not enough spaces for all the preferences, and they may attend either session. All right. So what does the registration process look like? So it's broken up into 2 steps. When someone wants to attend Faces, there's quite a bit of information we have to collect from them. We need to, collect a lot of information, especially for those non-LRSD students, where we need to enroll them within our school division. And so part 1 of the Faces registration process actually happens 4 weeks before they're able to select and pay for a session date. So in this process, we collect all that information we need to make sure they're eligible. So for second or third year students, we make sure they've completed the prerequisites. And it gives parents time to fill out all that information in a non-rushed manner and do it on their own time. The second step is when parents actually select and pay for a session for their student. So this comes on a first come, first serve basis. So when this opens up, it's whoever can log into School Cash Online, select the session and pay for it, gets first dibs on the session availability. Now, Livingstone Range School Division students are given access to step 2 weeks before non-LRSD students are, to ensure that any of students within our division who would like to attend Faces are given that opportunity. And so, the next slide, please, Nikki. Just an idea of what the timeline looked like for this year. So on March 12th, step 1 opened for all students. 2 weeks later, on March 24th, step 2 opened for LRSD students. And then 2 weeks after that, on April 7th, step 2 opened for all students. And May 23rd is when we officially sort of closed down the registration process. So anyone who may want to withdraw, that's the last day they're eligible for a refund. And the reason for that is it gives us a week by the end of the month to fill in anyone who may have dropped out with students from the wait list, so that we can be completely finalized all our sessions by the end of May. All right, so now just to give you some information about, so this first graph looks at step 1 and shows us how many students completed step 1. So again, this step 1 really gives us an idea of the interest to attend Faces, because it's people who they haven't selected and paid for a session yet. They haven't committed fully, but they've said, hey, I intend to try and attend Faces. So it gives us a good idea. So in 2023, we had 433 first-year students that completed step 1, 159 second year, and 39 third-year students. And then you can see for 2024, all 3 categories increased. So we saw there was an increased interest and demand to attend Faces. And 2025, we see the first year and the third year interest increased quite a bit, with the second year staying relatively the same. Now that final sort of graph on the right, spots available, just shows you The challenge that we have, and the interest exceeds what's available, especially for those first-year students. But as time has gone on, it's the same case for second and third-year students as well. So this next one is going to show us what the registration numbers actually looked like. So for 2023, we had a total of 563 students that paid for a session, with our maximum capacity being 600. So one thing you'll notice is that the first years, there were 390 that actually selected and paid for a session. The reason we were able to do that, go over the 360 limit I had mentioned earlier, is because we didn't have enough third years that had signed up. So third years take some of those spaces. And so when they're not there, we could fill in those spots with other first year students because the demand for first year is so high. In the second year, we didn't have that, or sorry, in 2024, we didn't have that opportunity because we had so many third years that wanted to attend. So that's why our first year numbers decreased from 2023 to 2024. Now in 2025, you'll see the first year increased again to 380. And so we worked with FACES Corporation, who helps us deliver the FACES program, to find if there was ways to increase the number of spots available because the demand was so high. So over on the far right, under that capacity section, you'll see how we worked with them to open up additional spaces for each session date so we could try to accommodate all the students that were wanting to attend FACES. So for last year, 2024, we opened up an extra 30 spots. And for this year, we've worked with them to increase it to an extra 40 spots. So for the current year, 2025, we have 380 spots available for first year, and they are all completely full. And I will also add, we have a wait list of over 80 students. For second year, we have 180 spots, and 176 of those are full. And for third year, we have 80 spots, and 73 of those are full. So what I just wanted to show here, when we think about FACES being full, 600 is our target internally, right? We want those 600 students, that's what we plan for, and that's what we want to achieve. Anything above that is fantastic, but our target is 600. And so what this graph just shows us, day 0 is the day that sessions opened to LRSD students. So we can see how many selected and paid for a session on the first day, and we can see how it grows over time. And day 14 is when it opens to non-LRSD students. So we can see the significant jump in number of registrations. So what I really wanted to highlight, so 2023, we did not hit the 600 registration target. We had never had that many. We still had a record number of attendees for FACES, but our max capacity was 600 and we didn't reach that. In 2024, we hit that 600 target in 40 days from when it opened, which is 26 days after it opened for non-LRSD students. This year in 2025, we hit that 600 target in 17 days, which is 3 days after it opened for non-LRSD students. First year sessions sold out in less than 2 hours, whereas last year we only had one session 1 week that sold out in the first day. So the excitement and the demand for FACES just continues to grow, and we really saw this year how quickly things filled out, which presented some new challenges, but it was overall a huge success for FACES and the team. Yes, Trustee Poitras.
Just wondering, what year did FACES move to the Peaks campus?
That was 2023,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah.
Okay, so these are our numbers since that's when our number kind of became 600?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, this will be our third year there. And so the next thing I just wanted to highlight is LRSD students specifically, and the number that have attended FACES and will be attending this year. So in 2023, we had 126 total Livingstone Range School Division students that attended. In 2024, we had 129. And this year, we have 177 that have registered for FACES, so a significant jump. So I think some of the big things that have helped us see this success, specifically within Livingstone Range School Division, Rick Bullock, who's a staff member of Livingstone Range and one of the founders of FACES, went to all our high schools and did presentations, which he has done every year to present the program. But this year we really got the principals to commit to being there with him, supporting him in sharing that. And I think it made a big impact. In addition, our FACES principal, Jennifer Hamilton, who's returning this year, it's been fantastic having her available and hired and like in place during this registration process because she could advocate for the program and answer questions and provide that insight to internally in Livingstone Range School Division. So we saw, yeah, a significant increase, which is a big success for us. And what we're seeing too is students are coming back year over year. So one of the biggest things for me is when I look at 2025, we see we have 16 third-year students. So those would be of the 83 that attended in 2023, we have 16 of them coming back, which is good growth from last year where we only had 10 who came back out of the 39 second-year students. We have 16 out of the 40 second-year students from last year. So students are wanting to come back and support those first and second year students as they go through the program. And that is my presentation. So does anyone have any questions?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Gunderson. Any questions from the Board of Trustees or comments? Trustee Toon?
Not a question. Thank you, Jordan, for the presentation. As a parent, I can say, and as hearing from other parents, the two-step process and the communication that goes out around that is phenomenal. It's really clear the dates of when it needs to happen, and I think it really helped getting the communication out really early. As I had a lot of people saying, reminding other students, their peers, to get those dates in because they wanted to make sure that they got it in. But it was a phenomenal process in seeing it with my own students. They both were really excited and reminding the parents to make sure that they did it, which usually it's the other way around with reminding students to get their homework done and stuff. But I really appreciate the work that goes into this program and the amazing results we're seeing, especially in our own students, and seeing the increase of those that can attend. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Long?
Would you know, in terms of the number of students from LRSD that are attending, do we have students well spread out right from the southwest to the northeast? Do we have students from all over the division and good numbers attending, or are they mostly from one area?
That's a good question. I actually don't have those numbers right now, but I'm happy to look into that and get back to you on that. I will say a few schools that we saw a jump up this year were specifically JT Foster, Matthew Halton, and CCHS. Their principals were very engaged in getting students to attend, and I had many conversations with them about how can we facilitate this for students that may be struggling financially or may not have support from their homes. They were very active in reaching out to me, and we worked together to make sure that several students from those schools were able to attend, which was really good to see. But I can get numbers for like the total registrations and which schools they came from for sure.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas.
Just as a matter of interest, from what other areas, or, I don't expect you to answer everyone, but in general, other areas outside of LRSD, the students come from?
So they have to be Alberta students, so they have to reside in Alberta, but they really come from school divisions across the province. So we have a lot from Lethbridge. Many of the FACES staff from FACES Corporation, they work in Lethbridge and are teachers in Lethbridge, and they really share the program in their schools. So I would say Lethbridge is probably the biggest outside of LRSD, but when we're looking through these registrations, we see people coming from north of Edmonton all the way down to attend FACES. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. So yeah, I agree with all the comments. FACES is amazing. My kids have benefited from it, and it's so great to see the growth in FACES, and especially to see it within our division. It's something we really want to do, is make sure that our students have access to it and knowledge of it. So thank you for your presentation, and we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to E2. Southwest Skills Competition. Mr. Chad Kuzak, who is our Associate Superintendent of Programs and Innovation, will provide the board with an update of LRSD students for the recently completed Southwest Skills Competition. Mr. Kuzak?
I apologize for being late. I'm coming in quick here, I guess. I'm coming here right in the moment. So, yeah, I just wanted to provide an update for these wonderful students and parents and teachers that supported these kids to be able to compete in skills. As you know, we participate every year, and this is the provincial one we had this year, or the regional competitions, and I wanted to give you an update on that and kind of some of the students that have been are going to advance forward and see what happens at provincial level skills. So as you know, the provincial skills will happen May 7th and 8th up in Edmonton at the expo. And so the students that were gold medal winners will be invited to attend, and the schools are working on which students will attend and who's supervising in those pieces. The events are automotive technology, baking, cabinet making, carpentry, culinary arts, hairstyling intermediate, video production, and welding. And the following slide, if you click, that's a new one. Thank you. We had a number of first place finishes. So in baking, culinary arts, hairstyling, intermediate hairstyling, and junior hairstyling that we placed first. And so those students will be invited to go to skills provincials. In second place, we had a bunch of very fine showings in cabinet making, carpentry, hairstyling, intermediate, and hairstyling junior. In our third place, we had hairstyling junior and video production. And these are the kids, and these are the students, and we wanted to celebrate them and make sure that we're aware. So I won't go through every name, and some of these will be on our social media, and we'll continue to follow their progress. But you can see some of the schools are represented, and we have a nice collection diversity across our division from many different schools. So the next one. And as you can see, lots going on, and again, at different schools, different locations, different teachers, and something we're super proud of. So I wanted to share that with the board, make sure they're aware, and we'll continue to celebrate these students.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuzak. Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kuzak, for that update. And congratulations to all those students. We'll move on to E3. We're just going to take a 5-minute bio break. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we're going to take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll be back and move on to E3. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, and thank you, Lisa, for being quick on your toes. We're ahead of schedule, which is not the norm for us, so we appreciate you coming down. So we're gonna have a presentation on inclusive education. Lisa Furukawa, who is our Director of Learning, Support, and Services, will provide the board with an update of the work being accomplished throughout the division. We'll turn it over to you, Lisa. Sorry, Lisa, we need you to use your mic or they can't hear you online. It's so fun. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Lori, who's online. I think I can see you, sort of. I'm going to get Nikki to pull up the presentation. She has a lot of tabs. I know, I like to be the mouse master. So once again, thank you for having me here. And for the mission, vision, and core values that we have, that grounds absolutely everything that we do in student services, learning services, academics, curriculum, and assessment. And we really focus ourselves within the vision and the core values, and those are the actions that we take. I've shared the portfolio with you before. In addition to the portfolio this year is curriculum and assessment, and that has become a really strong guiding principle of what we're doing in learning services. So you see within their portfolio, there's collaborative response, inclusive planning, behavior support, supports and services for students, which means we work with Southwest. We have our divisional team, we have our complex case and Jordan's principal. We also have English as an additional language, who we have a lead teacher for. Work with inspiring leadership, professional learning, teacher evaluations, and early learning. Leanne Feller takes the lead in early learning, and she'll be sharing more information with you at a later point. Our Division Learning Services team, we're a very strong team, and you'll see that we're made up of our Deputy Superintendent, Richard Feller, myself, Inclusive Learning Coach, Clinical Team Lead, the LRSD Principal of Colony Schools, which is Tara, and then Assistant Principals and Learning Support that bring forward case consults to us. We meet 2 times per month, and we do case consults to work alongside coaches and teachers. And one of the key pieces that we're always receiving requests on is around students who are struggling with well-being, students who are struggling with mental health and socially emotional, whether it's around safety of self or others. So those are the case consults that typically come to us, and then they're very involved, and they may last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, even 6 weeks, with one of our staff supporting and working alongside that administrator in that school, and sometimes the families. Collaborative response is, oh, the D is missing. Collaborative response is embedded within all the structures that we do. One of the pieces this year with the Going Deeper, as you know from our earlier presentation, we now have a division dashboard. So the data is quick and visible, and it's really been supportive when we're working in our collaborative team meetings about how do we support student academic success. It's quick, it's fast, we can see which students are struggling, we can quickly filter and see the themes. Once again, I'll keep referencing back to the data dashboard because it's been super helpful for us. At Admin Council, we have been having discussions around what do we do when students are not learning, and we know that some students need targeted interventions. So we opened up the conversations for all schools from kindergarten to grade 12 to think about, when students are not achieving, what are we doing to support these students? We're now collecting data on number of interventions. We've started loose, so people are thinking about interventions, understanding what interventions are, and we're gradually tightening that up so people have an understanding of research-based targeted interventions. At our last Learning Support Collaborative, we had Dr. Kara, who is an expert in the area of literacy, come to have a discussion around what is a research-based impactful intervention. And I assumed and was happy to report that the high school hung on her every word. It was the middle schools and high schools who said, we need to know this. We're trying to do interventions, but our teachers don't have that foundation of literacy. So we're having Dr. Kara come back to work with our high school teachers next year. Also within the area of literacy and numeracy, we have a pilot project running at West Meadow where Dr. Kara has been working alongside teachers to support interventions for the last 6 weeks. That will then transfer into the classroom to strong foundational practice. Pleased to report that every single student that is in that pilot has made gains in the area of literacy. We had a previous teacher who was subbing at West Meadow, and she actually said to me, there's students there reading now that I truly never thought would read that fluently, and that's due to the impact of what's happening at that school. Oh, I can't see what's on that over there. I'll slide down. Laura, you're blocking one of our pillars. So every year we do report to Alberta Education students who have language, learning, intellectual, vision, hearing, medical, or emotional behavioral disabilities. So these are the statistics that we do report. The light yellow is what's considered mild to moderate disability, and then the dark orange is the severe disability within that category. You'll notice within medical, we're starting to see a significant increase here of students with severe medical disabilities. Oh, I'm going to move Lori again. Or are you going to move her? Lori, you're a moving target. There we go. So all of the students that were on that previous slide have support plans. They could be ISPs, they could be medical plans, they could be regulation plans. That was approximately, I'm going to say, 450 students, but you will notice within our division, we have double that who are accessing support plans. So many of our students require additional supports, even though they do not have the disability that is identified by Alberta Education. So that's something really important to note, that we are identifying students that need extra support and we are providing it. You'll also see, we talk about complex classrooms and how things are increasing across Alberta. Here's the data to support it. Look at the difference in the number of students just in the last year who require an additional support plan to be successful. Can I just grab her here? Okay, I'm just moving her up again. And this is just over the last 3 years, if you're wondering around the trends. So emotional behavioral, you see a definite increase. Once again, if you look at the medical increase, as well as language increase. And I know I always keep reporting this, language is really important because language is the precursor to literacy, which is the precursor to school success. We've talked over the last few years how English as an additional language has grown, especially in our newcomer area. It's starting to look like this is starting to, I guess, level out. So back in 22-23, we added a lead teacher in the area of English as an additional language. She was mainly supporting in the area of Clarisholm. She is now supporting all of her high schools and some of her elementaries around understanding programming. We just recently purchased 2 translator earbuds, which is very cool. So for students who are coming to us who are at that high academic level and struggling because of the English, we're piloting these. These earbuds will actually translate in 40 different languages from whatever the teacher's saying directly into their language so they're able to access that. So we're piloting those right now and looking for some feedback after we try them. Supports and services, so Southwest Collaborative Services, I think you'll recall that's 6 divisions who pool our money together to purchase services to support our divisions because individually none of us are able to afford them or able to actually acquire specialized services. We also have our own Livingstone range speech language pathologist, as well as we have Kent Hollingsworth, who supports us in the area of behavior regulation and relationship. He has been with us for the last year for a day and a half. We've gone around to schools, and when we've talked about supports and services that are in place, every single administrator and learning support said these supports clearly need to maintain. If anything, of course, we know we don't have dollars to double them, but they all said they would love them full-time in their building. When we're looking at the number of services, when we first hired our SLPs and our OTs, this was their caseloads. We have not increased service since then. The caseloads are becoming significant. So we're now looking at ways, how do we block service to have 6-8 week blocks? How are we going to manage our services so that we're actually being impactful? So when we're looking at the dollars for what it costs for Southwest services or SLP services, this is the trend that has happened over the years. This is also the same trend across Alberta, especially in the area of speech-language pathology. And once again, speech-language pathology is language which is precursor to literacy. Lori again. So we asked staff what they were saying about Southwest. An elementary principal said they've been amazing with me and the support staff team at learning how to use and implement the use of augmentative communication with a few of our students. So that is a very specialized type of communication. You may see students with iPads with pictures on it, and that's the form that they're using to communicate. A high school principal said the programming that Southwest has provided to myself, the students, and their families has been very beneficial. These support services are absolutely critical in terms of helping us support students with a wide range of needs. The classroom observations and assessments are essential for informing us about the needs of our students. In learning services, we're always thinking about affordability, equity, and access. Leanne Feller will take the lead and share more about preschool subsidy and the affordability grant and how that has been shifting for this year. As you know, we have Jordan's principal grants, which have been beneficial to our students and now of great concern because we're unsure where that is going. The mental health in school grant, that is expiring at the end of this year. And also our LIST grant, which we think will continue. Through our Jordan's principal, I'm not sure if Richard shared this earlier. This is from one of the grade 12 students. He failed English language arts 10 twice. Consistently attended academic support. He completed all 3 ELA courses and passed the diploma. Like, wow. This is another grade 12 student who faced significant literacy challenges throughout his entire junior and senior high career. Worked diligently with the academic support teacher who is like a tutor. They help with homework. They support all of those extras. He passed both of his courses in the diploma exam. Overwhelmed, I'm gonna cry, overwhelmed with emotion and pride. He started to cry. He never believed he was going to be able to ever pass and graduate. Oh, I'm gonna escape here, and then we're gonna show the video. This is a couple of the students who asked to be shared. Yes. Oh, we have no volume, it's muted. Go back to 31. That's good enough.
I like academic support because I actually get more time to work on my assignments in school because I'm not doing them at home. Never at home. Got my own stuff doing it at home.
So that just shows that some students need that additional support at school, the tutoring help, because it's not happening at home. We don't know what's going on in their homes, and we only have influence over what's happening in our buildings. It's the next one is the boy again. He wanted to keep talking. Oh, yeah, you muted it. You can go full.
The more help I can get in school, the better. That'll help me pass my classes, get better grades, get better marks on my assignments.
Sure, that made a few of you well up and your hearts very full. Oh, I'm gonna go back. And I guess one of the pieces with Jordan's Principle, we have 7 Jordan's Principle grants that are $1.1 million supporting our division this year and last year. As I know you're all aware, we don't know where those are going. We met with superintendents and divisions across the province, and many people are putting forward letters requesting support for Jordan's Principle. It shouldn't matter where these students live, on reserve, off reserve, which school they go to, they deserve to have the support they need in order to be successful. And we have the evidence to back that. I'm going to get you just to move to the data dashboard. Before I move to the next piece, I want to show you a bit of the work that we've done on the data dashboard. So when we first started with the data dashboard, we had diploma exams, PATs, and we had the different strands. As we've gone around to all of the schools, gathered information from all of the teachers, we asked them, what do you need to support students? What do you need to support you to know which strands to focus on? So what they asked is that not only do we need to know which strands, we need to know which students are struggling in which strands. So when we're putting in additional support, we're focusing on the right areas where they need help. We don't need to focus on an area that they have 100% on, for example, that child in cell division. We need to focus on, for example, nervous and endocrine systems where there's a number of students in their 40s. So it really specifically shows them the areas that the students need support. So we now have some trend data. We have all of last year's diplomas, PATs, as well as we have the ones that occurred in January. So we're starting to see trend data. Another piece, this data dashboard is evolving. So this year, teachers are looking at it, interested in it. Next year is when I think we'll see the real effective use of the data dashboard to support our learners. Yeah, sure. Even with our diploma prep, I met with Tara, she organizes the diploma prep, and this is the first time that we decided, we have this data. We know where our kids are struggling. Let's pull our history over the last year and a half so those teachers know which area to support. And I think we had another one I was going to show. I don't have it up. I'm actually not going to pull it up because I'm scared I'll pull up a student information. Oh, I'll let you go back. Okay, but I will share one more piece. Also within our interventions, because of this a data dashboard, our teachers can pop in. They see every single student in their class who is struggling in the area of literacy and numeracy. They can see the trend from fall to winter. And they can then go in there, dive a little bit deeper, and see which students they need to cluster for literacy interventions and for numeracy interventions. This data dashboard has been incredible. And you start it with us, but it's not us. The teachers own it, the principals own it, because every time we meet with them, they create suggestions so that it's more helpful for them. And even as I share all the celebrations and the great work that's happening, some of the challenges are sustainability and staff, our Jordan's Principle, the complexity of our learners, as we noted in the data that I shared, and then the high workload of some of the positions and the sustainability of it. And I've come to the conclusion.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Lisa Ferkawa, for that presentation. We'll open it up to questions or comments from the board. Trustee Charchin.
Well, I'm just going to start with a wow. When I sat in an office next door to Lisa, when I look at your portfolio now and what your portfolio was then, it's a monumental change, and I'm really glad you're doing all those things, but also worry about the sustainability. I love the whole wraparound for students ultimately, but for teachers and administration, and the support that you guys are being able to provide to really drill down, to help, to identify, and then to support students. So thank you for all the work you do, and we are listening. to the challenges as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to note that it's my portfolio, it's not my portfolio, it's my portfolio, it's Richard's portfolio, it's Leanne's portfolio. So we do a significant amount of work as a team, so I want to honor the work that they do.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, I just want to comment on the data dashboard. We've heard a lot about it. We're starting to see it more and get a deeper understanding ourselves of how it's being used. And I've heard teachers make mention of it a couple times when I've been in the schools, and it's really incredible to have that support for students, but also quick and easy for our teachers, because they've got so much going on and so many things to balance that it's great to have that. So yeah, we appreciate your work, and we appreciate you being here to present to us today. So thank you very much. Okay, we're still a bit ahead of schedule, so I would move that we suspend the rules and consider moving to our action item. You think so? Okay, action item F1, which is duration of meeting. All those opposed to moving out of order? Seeing none. Okay, so I'm going to move to F1 while we allow time for our next presenters to be here. With expenses outpacing revenue, there are times when budget restraints and fiscal responsibilities are priorities for the board. It is equally important, however, that the board work be completed in a timely manner. The beginning and ending times of meetings and the time allotted on the agenda should be adhered to whenever possible for maximum board efficiency and effectiveness. Further, this allows trustees to schedule other meetings without concern for missing important conversations. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees recommend all planning meetings or meetings of the whole and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instance where the board work appears to require additional time, all trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time and then stay for that extra time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be scheduled. This is being moved by Trustee Gimber, and I will turn it over to her to speak to. Thank you, Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I don't know if there's really that much more to add than what is written on here. There has just been a couple of occasions this past 12 months, I guess, where we have gone over the agenda times and people have had to leave and then not been part of the conversations that are happening. And I think that it's important that we respect the times of our agendas and the other commitments that people on this board have. And not only that, but as soon as you start going over 8 hours, there's additional cost to it. And that extra time is usually not worth the cost because it's, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. So I think by being a little bit more conscious of our agenda times, and unfortunately having to make a motion to do that, is important.
Thank you for that, Trustee Gimber. We'll now open it up for debate, discussion, concerns. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
I would like to make an amendment. I agree with everything that's there. It all sounds good to me. To me, it's straightforward, and I say I agree with everything. The one thing I do question is we have 7 trustees. One might have to leave for a meeting, so you still have 6 trustees there, and meetings cannot always end right at 5 o'clock after 8 hours. There may be further discussion. Certainly wouldn't be votes, but there could be a need for further discussion, and postponing it may not be the best choice to make. So I would like to amend it to read, in an instance when the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree. to adding extra agenda time. So if you have 5 or 6 people still there, it may be necessary. Again, I say there wouldn't be a vote, but it might be pertinent, relevant to continue the discussion for longer at that time. I certainly appreciate the talking about budget restraint. I understand that totally. We need to focus on that, but yeah, I think there are times that the majority of trustees may think they need to continue the meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Long. So we will just be speaking to the amendment now. The new motion reads that the Board of Trustees recommend all planning meetings and meetings of the whole and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instance where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time and then stay for the extra time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be considered. Is that right? Okay, we're only speaking to that. Is there any comments around that piece? Trustee Gimber?
Well, thank you, Trustee Long, for making an amendment, but I definitely do not agree with it. I think that I can think of one very specific instance right now that I'm not going to bring up, but where we had planned on ending at a certain time. It was a very important topic, and everybody was aware that people had to leave at the end of the meeting, at the end of the agenda time, and there was votes done. So unless this is re-amended to put that there's votes in there or decisions made, then I don't think that this is accomplishing what we want as a board, to be able to finish the business that's being handled at the time.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, I would be opposed to the amendment. I think that there's a lot that can happen in the time that after the fact, where if you go, the agenda time says it's going to end at 5 and you continue on, there could be motions, there could be other things that come up. It could be things, especially if it's a regular board meeting and you're in camera, you could come out of camera and make motions. I think that's really detrimental to the decorum of the board to have things happen that others aren't aware of. If you have to leave a meeting early, you're of the understanding that you're going to miss some of the work that's going on. But if the agenda goes till 5 and you have school council meetings or other commitments afterwards, I think we need to respect that and stick to that time and plan our work accordingly. We begin with the most important things on the agenda, and if we need to shuffle things around, there's usually things that can be postponed to another, and if it's urgent, we shouldn't wait to the last 15 minutes of a meeting to make those decisions and have those discussions.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Okay. Seeing no other comments on the floor, I would just say I feel like this changes the intent a little bit. I think the intent of the motion is to make sure that a meeting does not go over time unless the entire board agrees that it needs to happen and that they're able to stay and be a part of that conversation, or they're comfortable with the meeting going forward and them not being there, which actually is also not the intent. But so for that reason, I would not be in favor of it either. So the recommendation currently on the floor is an amendment that reads that the Board of Trustees recommend all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, regular meetings, be scheduled for no more than 8 hours. In an instant where the board work appears to require additional time, all trustees in it, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time and then staying for that extra time. Alternately, another meeting for another day shall be considered. All of those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, so that motion is carried. And we will now discuss the amended motion. Questions, comments? So just for clarity on my part, Trustee Long, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that you did. Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
Yeah, I think a lot of times that when we go over on these meetings, it's not intentional on our part. I think we do it because we start a discussion or are still in a discussion of a very important meeting. I don't, there's not that many times, one example is today, we're going to get this meeting hopefully over very quickly on the time. There are not that many times that we go over. And I really understand the part about people who aren't here and having motions and everything else. I think I don't like to see things made into a motion and made that is very structured in this way, because it really limits us when we want a conversation. The other suggestion on here is that we call another meeting. Well, that doesn't really give us much opportunity to save money, because by calling another meeting, you probably forget what you're talking about. I just feel that we do not need to be this regulated when we're having our meetings, because it does not happen very often.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Long, I just wanted for clarity, the way that the motion reads right now is that the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to extra agenda time and then stay for the extra time. In my mind, that means everyone who agrees to extend the meeting time also has to be willing to stay for it. So if I have a meeting to go to and I'm like, I can't stay, but I'm comfortable with everyone else staying and moving ahead, my vote would have to be against it, because it says the majority of trustees must agree to adding extra agenda time and stay. So that's for clarity for me. I'm asking Trustee Long, but also anyone else on the board, if you interpret it different, or just that we all have the same understanding. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
May I make an amendment to the amendment?
You may.
I would delete and then stay for the extra time. And I would thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
That was important.
We're now just speaking to the amendment. The new motion will read, the amended motion would read, the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instant where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time, period. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be considered. We're just speaking to that amendment now. Trustee Gimber?
Well, I think if you're going to vote in favor of extending the meeting, you should be required to stay there for it. Period.
Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Well, I think that goes back to the fact that in the instance we're talking about, we were in a meeting and two trustees had to leave for another meeting. And without any discussion, several trustees stayed and continued the discussion about the topic. That really was not appropriate for the two trustees that had to leave. I agree with that totally. They had no idea the meeting was going to continue. That was something trustees just did on their own without anything being said to anybody. However, again, like Trustee Yegus said, you can't always put a time limit on something that's being discussed, especially if it's really important. And moving it to a week later or 2 weeks later may not be the best idea. And so the trustees who are in attendance can agree that it would continue. And yes, I understand that if you had to leave, you would vote against that. But this says the majority of the trustees, and that's how we function, is on majority. It's not a vote, but the majority of trustees are saying, we need to stay right now and finish this. This is too important to not complete. And this allows that to happen.
Thank you, Trustee Long. We'll go to Trustee Charchin, and just a reminder, we're only speaking to the amendment that the trustees that vote in favor of continuing the meeting would be required to stay if it's not amended, and would not be required to stay if it is amended. So we're just speaking to that piece.
Well, I think, given what Trustee Long said, I think it's appropriate. In a couple of times that I can think of where trustees had to leave, they phoned in and were still part of the meeting, so that's an option for us when we have to leave early. It's not the same, I get that, but it is an option.
Okay, thank you. Any other conversation around the amendment? Okay, seeing none. So the amendment that we're voting on reads that the Board of Trustees recommend all planning meetings of the whole, regular meetings should be scheduled for no more than 8 hours in a day. In an instant where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be scheduled. All those opposed to this amendment? Okay, that amendment is carried. So we're now just discussing the motion. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. I would propose an amendment that after the first line, 8 hours per day, everything, no, let me see, require additional time, after additional time, comma, a special meeting be called. We have and then everything else stricken out. We have a format for special meetings that's pretty prescriptive on the requirements of it. A special meeting can be called day of. It could be called right now. We could hold a special meeting and leave the proceedings of this meeting. I think that helps stick to the format and process that we're used to. Just extending a meeting and having different rules and different voting processes on it, I think is detrimental to the operation of the board. You'd essentially have a hard stop at the end of a planning meeting or board meeting, and if you wanted to continue the work, you'd use the process of a special meeting to continue on the work of the board. I appreciate the intent of this. I think we need to be more prudent, because this isn't a one-time thing. It's happened multiple times, and not just this year and previous years as well. And I think it's really hard when you've gone beyond 8 hours to focus and be productive and make sure that we're doing everything we need to do in a meeting. So I would say it needs to be extenuating circumstances where it should be something requiring a special meeting. Whether it's called immediately or called a week later is up to the trustees in the room to decide. But I think that opens up to the discussions and requirements of how to proceed after that point.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So the amendment would read that the Board of Trustees recommend all planning meetings of the whole, and the regular board meetings should be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instant where the board work appears to require additional time, a special meeting will be called. We're only speaking about this amendment now. Trustee Long? You got more hair hanging on the side. You need a ponytail holder. Okay, we'll go to Trustee Gimber, then we'll go to Trustee Long. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Toon, for bringing this amendment forward. I think it kind of solves a lot of the processes piece of it, and I would vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Long?
I think it changes the intent of the amendment, because the way this recommendation is worded now before the amendment states that the majority of trustees have to agree that the meeting needs to go longer. A special meeting has to be a vote, and all members, all trustees have to agree with the go ahead to special meeting. Is that not true? Somebody give me the
Yes,
answer.
that is true, and also all 7 trustees would have to be in attendance. So if Lori was not online here today, there would be no possible way to go over. That's correct.
So to me, it totally changes the intent of the amendment, because this is not the majority of trustees in agreement that the meeting continues. This means that if somebody has to leave, and in most cases, they're going to vote, no, I don't want the meeting to continue. I don't want to listen on the phone. That's it. There isn't going to be any continuation of the meeting. Trustee Kimber's looking at me like
Yeah.
I'm wrong, so
And so, just to be clear, a special meeting would be called. That would happen. It just, if all trustees weren't there and agreed to it at that immediate time, then a special meeting would still be called, but it would need at least 48 hours notice. So this is saying if there's more to a meeting and we agree, then it would have to happen at a special meeting, and that could happen that day, but it also might not happen that day.
but you also have to have every trustee that's there agree to it.
For it to be immediate, yes.
That's right. So to me, it changes the intent.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Toon. Okay, we'll go to Trustee Kimber.
The intent of the original motion was changed with your original amendment. So that's a moot point as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so we're just gonna talk only about the amendment, and as motions change on the floor, they change at the will of the board to what the board is collectively comfortable with. So as it reads, do we have any other conversation specifically about the amendment? Trustee Yegus?
This amendment basically is the same as the original amendment before all the, yes, it is, because, and I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't be
Please
watching
only
other
address-
things
yeah.
shake their head. But what this does is make sure that all trustees are voting or part of a special meeting. Just like the original one said, that if we didn't, we will not go ahead after 8 hours. Because a special meeting does not have to continue after that. Plus the fact that at a meeting of the whole, why would we want to call a special meeting? We're not voting. We're not making motions at a meeting of the whole unless we have a special reason to do it. It just seems like we're talking around in circles now.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Just a reminder to please only address the chair. Trustee Toon?
Thank you, Chair. The intent wasn't to bring us back to the original motion. The intent was to clarify process. We have a process for calling a special meeting, and we have called special meetings out of committee of the whole meetings multiple times this year, and a lot since I've been on the board. I think the lens I'd like to look at this through is if we're starting with the most important, most prudent, most time-pressing things at the beginning of a meeting, then we won't get to this place of needing to go over 8 hours. Continuing a discussion, the times where we've done it, I'll speak honestly and frankly on this, is because we've waited to the end of the meeting to discuss things that should have been discussed long before. And rearranging the agenda like we did today happens at most meetings because of timing or because of certain needs and circumstances. So having the flexibility to amend the agenda, to move things around and table certain things, I think would help facilitate this. I would like to not focus as much on the rationale on everyone voting or not voting. To me, that isn't important. It's providing the board the flexibility and the tools it needs to get the work done. And I think we need to just do better of keeping all our ducks in a row on it. So I just wanted to clarify the intent wasn't of putting a special meeting is, just to clarify process. It wasn't to get us back to original motion on who can say and who we can't have at a meeting.
Okay, about the amendment, specifically about the amendment? No? Okay, there's a lot of conversation happening. That's outside of the amendment, although it's pertinent. So I would call the question on the amendment. Is everyone in favor, or are there any opposed to calling the question? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. If you are in favor, you are agreeing to the motion that would have it read, the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In the instance where the board work appears to require additional time, a special meeting will be called. All of those opposed? Okay, so that is defeated. So the motion as it currently sits is that the Board of Trustees recommend all planning meetings, meetings of the whole's regular board meetings are scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instance where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be scheduled. Did that always say scheduled? I thought it said considered. Okay, great. You think with how many times I've read it that I would know. It said scheduled there. Okay, so it's just discussion around this motion as it sits. Go ahead, Trustee Charchin.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Excellent.
I think this is pretty simple. In the spirit of fiscal responsibility, where the last sentence, I would like to insert virtual. So alternatively, another virtual meeting for another day shall be scheduled in order to save the cost of travel.
Okay, thank you. We're now just discussing the amendment of adding the word virtual. I'm not seeing any hands. My only concern with that is you could have that special meeting be stacked with another meeting on another day where we're all going to be here. If we were all getting together to do, say, colony visits, we could do it in person if those colony visits were happening 3 days later, or, so that would be my one concern with it. I think the way it reads now allows for it to be virtual or not virtual. And I know that the focus of the board is always to be as fiscally responsible as possible. So go ahead, Trustee Charchin.
Can I add another word?
Or make an amendment to your amendment? Go ahead.
Okay, yes, please. With preference to a virtual meeting. No. Okay, never mind. We'll just leave it and go as is.
Okay, we'll just leave it as
Assuming
virtual.
that what you're saying is that our commitment to fiscal responsibility would make it a virtual meeting if possible. Okay, then I withdraw the amendment.
Okay. Can you withdraw the amendment? It should be fine. Okay, we're withdrawing the amendment. That might not be proper with Robert, Mr. Order Rule, but I think it's okay. Okay, so I'm just going to give, if anyone has any closing comments or last, I'll let everyone read it over. And Trustee Gimber, would you like to close?
Sorry, was the amendment withdrawn?
The amendment to add virtual was withdrawn. Sorry, I thought that was clear. The amendment to add the word virtual was withdrawn. So we are back to the motion as it stands right now, which is that the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meeting of the whole, and regular meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instant where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra time, agenda time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be scheduled. Is there any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Can I make an amendment?
You can.
So for fiscal responsibility, I'd like to amend that we only have the first sentence and strike everything afterwards.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. The amendment on the floor, which is the only one that we will speak to now, is that the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. We'll now open it up to discuss just the amendment. Okay, I'm seeing none. We'll now vote on the amendment. If you vote in favor of it, the motion will be changed to that the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. If you vote against the amendment, it stays as it is. I'll give everyone a second. All of those opposed. Okay, that is defeated. Okay. That the Board of our current motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, the regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instance where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be scheduled. Trustee Long?
Call the question.
Okay. Are there any opposed to calling the question? Okay, seeing none opposed, that means we will vote without having any closing remarks. Not when the question is called. Sorry, I'm just going to take a pause. Okay, as I'm unsure, and I'll check on the lunch hour, but as I'm unsure, I'm going to let Trustee Gimber go ahead and close. I will check Robert's Rules of Order, but I rather lean on the side of letting her have closing and not. So go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Thank you, Chair. This motion was originally brought forward because there is frustration that our agendas are not structured with the most important pieces at the beginning. At the end of our meetings, we have very important conversations that are happening, that are going over time. There's more than just the one instance that Trustee Long is referring to. I'm thinking of one back in the fall when we were discussing, no, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm frustrated that the majority of the board doesn't see the value in having everybody attend these meetings when they're going over the allotted time on the agenda. And if this motion does not go forward, I will be submitting more motions to try and amend our agendas so that we are addressing the most important work and the most important conversations and motions at times that we're all supposed to be here and expected to be here. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. So the motion reads that the Board of Trustees recommends all planning meetings, meetings of the whole, and regular board meetings be scheduled for no more than 8 hours per day. In an instance where the board work appears to require additional time, the majority of trustees in attendance must agree to adding extra agenda time. Alternatively, another meeting for another day shall be scheduled. Any opposed to this? Oh, sorry. Are you voting?
I would ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
We're asking for a recorded vote by Trustee Toon. Okay. Okay. Any opposed to this motion? Okay, that is carried. Thank you so much. Superintendent Seguin, do we know if the Livingstone leaders are here? Yes? Okay, perfect. So we are going to, okay, we'll take a 5-minute break so they can come in, and then we'll be back. Okay, thank you guys very much. I'm going to call us back to order. We have our Livingston leaders here, and we're so excited to have them and have this presentation. So we're going back to E4, and we have our teacher advisor, Alyssa Fisher, will be presenting to the Board of Trustees regarding Livingston leaders. Every student can make a difference every day, reflecting on the year and sharing their success, challenges, growth, and looking forward to future and how they want to do more. We have some of the Livingston leaders here with us today, so we're going to invite them up to introduce themselves and have their presentation. Okay, Hope, just so you know, there's 2 spots kind of here where that microphone will die. So if you guys want to kind of stay, yeah, there's special dead spots in the room. So if you're talking into the mic and it's not working, just shift a little to the left or to the right. Okay, thanks ladies, go ahead.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Yes, we are the Livingston leaders. We are student leaders who strive to make a difference in our schools and communities.
Sorry, will you each introduce who you are and what school you're from?
Hi, I'm Hope Gauchi. I am from FP Walsh and I'm the student representative. We do not have Zoe with us today, but Zoe Nelson is our treasurer.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Santos and I'm from Willow Creek Composite High School and I'm the communications executive.
I'm Mia Radback. I'm from Matthew Halton High School and I'm the president.
I'm Grace Dara. I'm a student representative from Livingston School. I'm Nadine Hamilton, and I'm from CCHS, and I'm vice president. And then we also have Jennifer, our secretary, but she was unable to join us today. Purpose and vision. We inspire and evolve student leadership in our schools. We make an authentic and positive impact on school culture. We help to create confidence and sense of belonging. We promote ownership for learning and leadership. We empower students to create and support to create a supportive and safe school environment. We enhance school spirit and culture. We build leadership capacity, and we capture and honor student voice. Okay, so the first thing we're going to go through is SAIL. So SAIL is Southern Alberta Intergalactic Leadership. It's a conference run in May, and this year I believe we're all participating in it. And it's run entirely by students. There's one keynote speaker, and then there's breakout sessions that empower leadership and leadership qualities that are all run by students. So it's really interesting, and the photo up there is from our first SAIL planning meeting at the start of September. And yeah.
So this year we'll be doing another division-wide dance, which our first one was held last year, I believe. So this year we'll be holding one next week, and it's just a division-wide dance where each school can have a bunch of their students participate. We're also having student bands participate if they wanted to, along with a DJ. And a few activities we have include a food truck, photo booth, and even a few games. So, yeah.
So at Livingston School, we have our student leadership and student council programs. So we just started our student council back up this year. So some of the activities are, we had Métis Day, have lots of pep rallies. We had Halloween Day, we have house leagues, which run throughout the whole year. Spirit Days, Christmas supper, so a bunch of students and teachers came together. We cooked, I think, 12 turkeys or something. 17 turkeys for the school. We had Crush for a Crush, Faces of Gillespie, who's our vice principal. Mental Health Day. We also have Sabre Days, so the whole school K-12 can participate in a bunch of activities, and intramural sports at lunchtime. So these are just some photos. The top right is our teachers dressing up as students for the day. And then the top middle, that was our Every Child Matters, so like Indigenous Days. And then a lot of the other ones are just from our Sabre Days and our LSA program, which we run in the winter. And then we did food drives for the Pincher Creek Food Bank.
At Matthew Halton High School, we have not a big group of student council, but we help with fun activities. We have every once a month morning announcement activities where we have some teachers sing, and then students have to guess who the teacher is. They call into the office. This month we are doing Guess the Sound, so we have a sound play over the announcements, and the students have to call in and try and guess what it is, and if they guess it right, their grade gets a prize. We do pep rallies and activities through our assemblies, lunchtime competitions every couple months, or every couple times a month. And then we have our holiday themed activities. One that we do every year is our holiday door decorating competition. So all the doors get decorated in the school and it's very festive. We do a Halloween costume competition. And then we help with our annual staff versus student hockey game, which is annual, and we usually get, by donations, students in. And then we have our Pi Day event, which is every year. We have, I'll show it on the next slide, a bunch of pictures from that. We have teachers put their faces in like a hole of cardboard or wood. And then we have students bid to throw pies at the teachers' faces. And then this year, the money went to our local animal shelter. And then we have, some of the teacher Christmas dress-up days, and then our food drive. This is JT Foster. Jennifer isn't here today, so I'll just read this for her. It is a small grade 7 to 12 school in the town of Nanton. She has a small leadership group, but they continue to create fun opportunities and activities for their fellow students. They have the Terry Fox Assembly and Run, Halloween carnivals, 12-day Christmas, community kindness, and the reindeer games, Valentine's candygrams, St. Patrick's Day treasure hunt, Easter bunny games, and their Relay for Life, which they do every year, and it's coming soon.
Okay, we have a great group of leaders at FP Walsh who are very supportive in their community and they love to help. And some activities we do is our assemblies, which are full of school spirit. We are very good for our assemblies. Our Shark Week is a competition of weeks full, where our different groups will compete for a big prize at the end. There's lots of dress-up days. And our annual Easter egg hunt, we do a school-wide rock, paper, scissors tournament, which a lot of the students loves. And we do a lot of games involving our students and our teachers. So here we've got our assemblies, dress-up days, and we have our, up in the one corner, we have our foods teacher who lost a bet to the students and had to get his beard dyed. And we have dress-up days, pajama day we've got twinning days, we've got our Halloween where our principal dressed up as Batman with his fellow bats, and our assemblies, as you can see, we've got lots of students and lots of games, and it's always so much fun.
Okay, so CCHS is School in Crow's Nest, and it supports students grades 7 through 12. We have a developmental leadership program, so it's just kind of up and coming. This year we have a small student council and 3 leadership classes, 2 junior high, 1 senior high. Some of the activities we've done this year are a student-led assembly that was completely student planned for the start of the school year and Halloween. So it included a bunch of different students. We got like almost 50 students up and participating within that assembly, and like almost none of them were in leadership, which is really cool. And then we also did Frost Week for Christmas. So that was different winter and holiday themed activities every day, and it fostered a friendly competition between students. And it was also there to help support mental health because the last week before Christmas break, there's a lot of tests and a lot of exams. So it helped give the students a break. We also try and foster a like outdoorsy community within our school. So wait, can you click over? Okay, thank you. So there's a lot of photos up here of our outdoor pursuits class. They go out and they help in the community. They do a lot of different trainings and they're tree planting. And then we also have our sports teams, so green and gold. our seniors that dressed up for Halloween as pine cones, and we have our senior high music program that will be showcased partly of Battle of the Bands, and we have our science fair that was student run, which is pretty cool.
So at WCCHS, we have our student leaders, and typically we just plan a lot of activities for the student body. We've also gotten a lot of community interactions, which is a big accomplishment for us too. So a few things we have are our student-led newspaper. So this one started last year and it's still ongoing. We have a few students on it and they just write about any events we may have. We also have assembly activities, so we plan any activities so that students stay engaged during the assemblies. We've done a pumpkin carving contest for Halloween, and later on, these pumpkins were displayed in collaboration with the town. We also donated to the food bank by making a food bank bingo for each class to do, and then the class who completed it first got like a prize, and yeah. And then we also do our annual reindeer games, and we were also invited by the town to have a Christmas tree decorated at the library. We do reading with the elementary school. We had our pink shirt day contest. Just recently, we had our Lucky Leprechaun Challenge, as well as the Easter Bunny Hunt, which was showcased on the Canadian Student Leadership account's Feature Friday that they do. And these are a few pictures. So we have our Christmas tree on the top. All the pink shirts that were decorated were displayed. We have our Cobra Chronicle, which is the newspaper. And yeah, just a bunch of students having fun for the activities.
Okay, our future. We want to the future, we want to encourage learning, so we want to do conferences, which includes our SAIL conference, and workshops, as well as professional development for students. We would like to engage with the students, which includes more in-person division-wide challenges and activities, and we want to build our future, so we want to inspire the future and continue growing and strengthen our school as well as our community. And here we have our online platform. So we have an Instagram, we have a Facebook, and that's our logo up there. And so you can find it there.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Such a wonderful presentation. We love having you guys here and seeing all the fun things you do. Open it up for questions or comments. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
When you have your division leadership meetings where you all get together, and for example, today you're all here together, do you find when you share the things you're doing as a leadership group with each other that it helps motivate you when you go back to your own schools?
Yes, in fact, it also helps us find ideas that we can take back to our schools and do as well with our school community.
Yeah, a pretty cool example of that would be CCHS's Frost Week was based off of FP Welsh's Shark Week. We heard that from Zoe and Hope, and we thought it was a really cool idea.
I know that our school, we had heard about Pi Day through Matthew Halton, and we had taken it back and we got a lot of interest and we raised a lot of money as well, so it really helped our school out.
It also helped their school. It's definitely really useful as sharing ideas between each other. We also started a student newspaper type thing off the Cobra Chronicles, so that helps.
Yeah, I think on the slides we can see that reindeer games is something that JT Foster and our school do together. I think we get a lot of ideas from each other and we get a lot of feedback to like how it went for this school and if we can do that for our school as well.
Perfect, thank you. It's great to hear. Any other questions or comments from trustees? Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Amazing job. I appreciate you sharing the great things you all are doing in your school to be leaders. One question I don't want to put you on the spot and have you answer now, but I'd ask that you take back would be, what are things that you would like the school board to do to increase the support. I know that we in the past had attended your meetings and attended more of your things that you do as students. So if there's anything that you guys can think of that we can do as a school board, as trustees to support you, we want to be able to do that. So that's something that I personally would like to see come forward if nobody's opposed to that question.
I think that's great, and if you guys, at one of your upcoming meetings have time to discuss that and you want to send us an email or reach out if you want to come back and discuss things with us, but we always want to know ways that we can help support you guys, and that's a great recommendation from Trustee Toon, so thank you. Trustee Yegas?
I really don't have a question, but I'd like to thank you all for your leadership. It's always really, really inspiring to see students get involved, and you're the leaders of tomorrow. So yeah, this is really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments, I just want to thank you guys for your leadership. It's not always easy to be the one to get up at an assembly or to throw an idea out there and you're not sure how it'll be received, but we appreciate your leadership and inviting others to be leaders and all the hard work you do, and we really appreciate you guys, so thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
We have one question at the back here. Yes, and if you could stand directly in front of each of us, that would be great. Just kidding. Yeah, if you want to take a picture, that would be great. Maybe, yeah. Board trustees, do you want to, well, the Board of Trustees, if you'll just stand up and then, yeah. Okay. Excellent presentation. Really appreciate anytime we can have the Livingstone leaders here, so. Excellent. So we're gonna jump back into our regular flow. We've gone through F1. We're gonna move on to action item F2 here. Okay. Board and vice chair terms of service. The role of board chair and vice chair from Livingston Range School Division is important. These roles are the face and voice of the board. There are responsibilities for those trustees over and above the regular commitments and that command additional time and energy. The current LRSD board policy is for the board chair and vice chair to be voted in at the organizational meeting for a term of 2 years. The work of the board should be spread out across all the board members. This should include the role of chair and vice chair and positions on committees, acknowledging that consistency is also important as sharing in the work. In an ideal world, there would, never be a new chair and new vice at the same time. Equally as important is acknowledging that not everyone has a desire to be a board chair or vice chair, and the latter would therefore be difficult to place in policy. So the recommendation is that the board recommends beginning in the 2025-2026 school year, at each organizational meeting, the board chair and vice chair shall be selected by election. This is being moved by the chair? No, by Trustee Gimber. Sorry, that's the next one. Okay, this is being moved by Trustee Gimber, so I will turn it over to her to speak to. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Sorry, just 1 minute.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully ask that you consider removing yourself from the chair so you can be part of the fulsome discussion and debate on this item.
I don't like being told what to do, but yes, I am happy to recuse myself as chair. If there are no other trustees who would like to step up and chair, then I would ask that Associate Superintendent Jeff Perry please chair this portion of the meeting. And next time, will you say it before I read through it all? Because then Mr. Perry gets to do the reading. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Poitras, thank you for reading through all of it. So we will turn it over to Trustee Gimber to comment on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. So again, I think that a lot of the information is in the write-up on this. There's been a lot of discussion about ensuring that the work, especially this past year, 2 years, that the work of the board is spread out and that there's equality about how much work each trustee is doing. Sorry, I got thrown by the hand going up all of a sudden while I'm in the middle of talking. And I don't think that that should just be relevant to the committees. I think that should also be the chair and the vice chair. It's my understanding that at one time, the chair and vice chair were elected to 1-year positions, and that was changed to 2 years. About 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I think.
Yeah, it was before I was on the board.
Okay.
I'm in my 2017, so.
There are other boards that do have 1-year positions and have just recently changed to 1-year positions for chair and vice chair. I think one of the things that I was considered in writing this motion was that there would be no new chair and new vice chair, and maybe you could overlap them so that it was, because continuity of the work of the board would be something that I think would be considered detrimental if you switched from a 2-year to a 1-year, is you're just kind of starting to get into the processes, and then all of a sudden there could be a switchover. But I think that we have enough policies in place, we have enough structure in place, there's a board work list, that the person who's at the helm doesn't necessarily need to be the same person, because those processes are there. They're written in policy for a reason. So I think that it's important to consider this motion and allow other people the opportunity to step up or step down if they're feeling like they're not, without actually having to put their name up, that they want to step down. It just opens up more opportunity in a 4-year term for people to share the load.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. I see that Trustee Hodges had her hand up. Trustee Hodges, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Sorry, Carla, Trustee Carla, I did not mean to throw you off guard by the hand thing. I appreciate this motion coming forward. I think it still allows for a board chair to still do a 2-year if they are voted in. I was seeking just a little bit of clarity around, because in the preamble, it was stating that a new chair and a new vice wouldn't be elected in on the same time, but in the recommendation in the motion, it's stating that that a board chair and vice chair shall be selected by an election. And so you spoke a little bit to the process a little bit. I guess I just was seeking some clarity, Mr. Perry, around whether or not in our policies, maybe it would be stated differently, like the chair would be elected 1 year and the vice chair so that it alternated, or if it was just completely going to just be up to the board to vote in who they saw fit.
Yep, thank you. Oh, that's loud. Trustee Gimber, would you like to respond to that question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Perry. So yes, it is in the preamble, but it was not included in the recommendation specifically because I don't necessarily think it's something that will work every time, especially when you have the organizational meetings at different times of the year than when new elections are. So I think it's something to keep in mind, therefore, in the preamble, that it might be nice to do something like that, but I didn't think it was something that belonged in specifically in this recommendation. The intent of this recommendation is to change the term from 2 years to 1 year.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Is there any other comments, questions? Trustee Yegas.
Yes, when I was looking at this, I was a little confused with your preamble, but with your explanation. So I guess what I get out of this is that both the chair and the vice chair could be elected new every organizational meeting, right? Okay. This is the way things were when I came on the board, and it was changed a few years ago. I think this should also apply to the committees, but that isn't the motion on it right now. I would like to hear if a 1-year term, which is what the excuses used, or one of the reasons given when we voted in the 2-year term, is that in 1 year you just learn what is happening, and you need the second year to consolidate what it is. And that would be both the chair and the vice chair, because I do know there's a lot. I'm really conflicted about this because I could see the benefits on both sides, the pros and cons. So I hope somebody will give me some more information to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. We'll let Trustee Gimber respond, and then Trustee Poitras.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. So in my introduction, I did mention that we do have processes that are in place now that may not have been in place, I don't know, back when it was a 1-year term, such as the annual work list. It is very prescribed in our policy what the chair needs to do and the vice chair needs to do on a monthly basis to keep the board running. So who's in those seats? I don't necessarily know if that makes that much difference, because our policies and procedures clearly state what needs to be accomplished.
Okay, thank you. So I really appreciate this motion. It gave me a lot of pause for thought. I definitely agree with some comments that have been made that if this move forward, it may bring forward, the need for another motion around committees. I really like the 2-year term because there's a lot of learning and growth to happen when you sit as chair. And I feel like that second year you really come into feeling confident in it and stuff. But with that being said, the more I thought about it, I thought we do have a lot of things in process, and we have years that are really heavy sometimes, a lot of things changing with government or within our school division, and 1 year as chair might be a lot and might be very heavy. We have other years that are pretty light and there's not a lot going on, and that weight on the chair and vice chair, both of them together, is not as heavy, and you might want to sit in that position longer for more growth. So initially, I was a little concerned about the continuity, but this doesn't prohibit the board from having someone as chair for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years in a row if they chose to, because it is by election, and I believe in the strength and power of our, board and that democratic process. So, yeah, I think I would be in favor of this, but I do feel strongly that the role of the chair and vice chair affects those people in those positions. The conversation around what committees people sit on also is affected by those elections. And so I do see that there may need to be, other motions, or I guess we might have to reconsider our committees. And I appreciated that food for thought in the preamble as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, echo a lot of the comments that have already been made. I can vaguely remember bringing forward this motion 8 years ago to go to a 2-year term and to go to committees as a 2-year term. I think the rationale for both is valid for both the chair and the vice. We do have process for committees to continue on in the work. And so I'd be opposed to the motion if it didn't include everything, because I think that the challenges that it would create of the expectation, I'm on a committee for 2 years and then all of a sudden we have a new vice chair and chair, and the flux that that would create in the board of having to scramble and redo that. So I don't like looking at things as a part, because the other dominoes that would be affected by it. I think on regular years, it's a lot more palatable to have the change in leadership on the board, but just thinking about what is upcoming to the board is also challenging. We're going to have a new superintendent, we're going to have an election, and because of the change in election and organizational meetings, you're talking 7 months is that you're going to be voting in another chair if we went to this system. I think that that's too short. That's too short for a vice chair, that's too short for committees. So for those reasons, I would be opposed to doing it at this time. If we were halfway through a term and said, let's go to 1-year terms, I think it's a lot more palatable and sustainable for the board. But for those reasons, I'd be opposed.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, Trustee Kimber, would you like to close?
Sure. So I do think that reviewing the committees would also be part of this. I thought it would be a little bit too much to bring in one motion. I still think that this would be beginning in the 25-26 school year, so I don't necessarily grasp, and it could just be me sitting here, the 7-month thing, because it would be June. There we go. Okay,
Sorry, yeah.
I got it. Right. I don't know. I don't necessarily have anything to add. So in the spirit of time, I'm just going to leave it as it is. But I do think that 1-year terms for committees as well. I mean, it gives everybody a taste of all of the committees then. And the only thing that I think I'll add is that 2 years to some people may not seem like enough for continuity, or they're just starting to get into the rhythm of things. But 2 years is also a long time. If the board chair, and I'm not saying that the board chair is, but if the board chair was not the ideal chair for that board right now, 2 years is a long time to be stuck with somebody, right? So I'm not saying that, okay? Yeah, that's it. I can close.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Kimber. Okay, so the motion on the floor at this point is the board recommends beginning in the 2025-26 school year, at each organizational meeting, the board chair and vice chair shall be selected by election. And following Trustee Poitras's pattern, I will say, are there any opposed? Okay, okay, so the motion is defeated. And I will pass the chair back to Trustee Poitras.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to F3, summer board meeting. The Board of Trustees will discuss the need for a meeting of the whole meeting during the summer months of 2025. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees, I jumped up to the next one, that the Board of Trustees approve scheduling a meeting of the whole on Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, 12 to noon in person at Division Office. This is being moved by Trustee Hodges, Chair Hodges, and we'll turn it to her to speak to.
Hi, thank you very much. The timing was 10 o'clock till noon at Division Office. We always like to do a touch-in point in the summertime, just to, if there's any work to catch up on or anything that the board needs to discuss. I don't really have anything more to add unless there's any questions around it, but I'll just leave it at that and open up the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hodges. We'll go to Trustee Long and then Trustee Gimber.
My only concern with this, Chair Hodges, is that when you call for it in person in the summertime, it's almost like we should decide right now who could make that in person, because if we had a summer meeting where, let's say, only 2 trustees could show up and 5 were online, not really relevant to have it in person. So I know we can't do that, but that's the first thing comes to my mind is what trustees here could make it on that date. Almost seems like it'd be better if we, if you did the, what do you call it, where we get several dates and we pick one. Help me? Survey Monkey, yeah. That's all I would say.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Hodges, did you want to respond to that? Or do you just have your hand up?
Yeah, I would like to respond if I may.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This was a date that was thrown out to the board previously, and so it was a date discussed, and so that's why I just wanted to bring it forward as a motion here, so that it was in everybody's calendars and the public was aware that we would be meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. We'll go to Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. So for clarity, this is a meeting of the whole. Are there regular board meetings in the agenda for the summer yet?
So this is the only proposed summer meeting that we have discussed so far. We will move to Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that the motion be amended to Thursday, August the 7th. With it being in person, I'm out of the province with family then. I wouldn't be able to attend in person on Tuesday. And if that's the intent with the motion, I would ask that it be on that Thursday instead.
Okay, there's an amendment on the floor from Trustee Toon. The motion now reads that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting on Thursday, August 7th, 2025, from 10 a.m. to noon in person at Division Office. We will now only be discussing the amended motion or the amendment on the floor. Trustee Gimber?
In my opinion, whether it's August 5th or August 7th, that is the short week of the August long weekend. So it's one that we tend to take vacation time for because my other job, I don't have to take as many days off then. So this does mean no good. I'm kind of indifferent, but I know I'd have to vote. So for Trustee Toon's benefit, I would vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. More conversation around the amendment, Trustee Toon? Sorry, Trustee Toon, here, just right here. Trustee Long. Should be even better. Trustee Long, please.
Yeah, so we're already doing what I was concerned about is, yeah, I know we're talking about dates, and I'm in the same position as Trustee Gimber. Neither date is any good for me, so whether it's an amendment or the initial motion doesn't make any difference.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Any other conversation or comments around the amendment? Trustee Yegas?
I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment, or not to the amendment, but a third amendment, and I'd just like to take off the in-person and put virtually.
Okay, we can only discuss the amendment on the floor, and then once this one is dealt with, then it can be amended. So we'll have to just put a pause on that. amendment. Any further questions or comments around the amendment that's currently on the floor? Okay, I'll just add that my family is also away that week, and so I would not be able to attend either, but like Trustee Kimber, I would vote in favor if it's more beneficial for Trustee Toon, who would be able to attend in person, getting more of them in person there. So we're now voting on this amendment, which is that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting on Thursday, August 7th, 2025, 10 a.m. to noon, in person at Division Office. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is the new motion. Now we'll move to Trustee Yeagas.
Yes, I'd like to amend that it be virtually rather than in person.
Thank you. So we'll just give a minute. The amendment will read that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting on Thursday, August 7th, 2025, 12 to noon, virtually. Thank you. We will go to Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Hodges.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if historically our meetings in the summer have always been virtual, and the fact that it specifies in the initial recommendation in person, I'm wondering if it can be clarified whether that is the intent, is to try and get as many people in person as possible for a summer meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Hodges, go ahead.
Thank you. Just when we had the conversation with the board's suggestion was to try and have a in-person meeting. And so that's why I brought this forward. The date was discussed, how we were going to have the meeting was discussed. So that was the only reason why it was brought forward the way it was. I'm open to having it virtually or to change how and when we do it. I was only bringing it forward as we had a discussion with the board.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Is there any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm just going to ask that we take a pause for a minute. Just to look at the divisional calendar around a few dates. So we'll just pause for a minute. Okay, perfect. Is everyone okay to come back from our pause now? I don't know if anyone else was processing like I was. Okay, so seeing no one else, I would just maybe make the comment that I would make an amendment to move it to Thursday, August 28th, or no, Tuesday, August 26th, being closer to back to school, and new teacher orientation is that Monday. So I would amend it to, oh, sorry, I forgot we hadn't voted on that. We're still talking about the, thank you so much, Trustee Yeagas. We haven't voted on the virtual piece. Okay. We need to vote on this. Is there any more questions or comments around the current amendment that I forgot was on the floor that reads that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting on Thursday, August 7th, 2025, 12 a.m. or 10 a.m. to noon, or virtual? Any questions or comments around that amendment? Okay. All of those opposed? I am, but it doesn't matter. Okay, perfect. So that's carried. So now it will say virtual. Okay, and then is there any other questions or comments around the motion as it sits now? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Anticipating there might be another amendment, I know that this date has been called into question, and I agree with Trustee Long that picking dates in the meeting, a public meeting, isn't the best use of time. I think we should meet sooner in the month than later with the new superintendent, with the school year coming. Lots of things are going to be happening, so that with it being virtual, I'd be open to having it any time in the first couple weeks of the month, but I would just be hesitant to continue on picking dates and voting on dates. If we're going to go that route, I would propose that we amend it to a date to be determined by SurveyMonkey or some point.
Okay, so you're amending the motion to say that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting date in the month of August?
In the month of August.
Okay.
And we can announce it at the next public meeting as part of our consent agenda.
Okay, so the motion currently reads that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting in the month of August. Questions, comments? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I guess I just have a question. Again, historically, we've always had one in July and one in August, and given how much work we have going on right now, I'm just curious why we are not even talking about July.
Did anyone want to respond to that? Seeing none. Trustee Yeagus?
I agree with Trustee Kimber. I think with all the things that are happening, we're going to find that we're going to be needing a meeting probably in July. I mean, you know, like with the changes that are going on in terms of administration and that, you know, I'm not saying that we will, but it's a very good possibility. I think we should be looking at this in terms of thinking about it seriously and
Can I get you to pause for 1 second? Nikki, I believe that our mic might be muted and Lori can't currently hear us. Sorry. Trustee Hodges, can you just raise your hand if you can hear us now? Yes, you can? Okay. Trustee Yeagus, can you please just state it again so Trustee Hodges knows what you're adding?
You're asking a lot of me. Yeah, as I said, I'll say it again because it doesn't happen too often. I do agree with Trustee Gimber.
That's very important. Write that down, please.
that there are a lot of things going on right now, and we probably will need it. Maybe we should be looking at this, think about this, and doing it at the next meeting in terms of finding for both July and August some dates.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, we're speaking to the motion that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting date in the month of August. Conversation around July and August. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment, please. And it will read a date in the month of July and August. And it is taking actually a page out of Trustee Toon's book, who often says we should put the meetings in our calendar, book them into our calendar, and if we don't need them, it's nice and easy to cancel them.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. So we're just going to give Nikki a minute to get that in there. Trustee Toon?
I would ask that we called the question on the amendment and all future amendments and forever
Nope.
vote on it?
You can ask to call the question. So just for clarity for everyone, we did look it up. When the question is called, we need 2/5, 2/3. Why would it be 2/5? 2/3 majority to go ahead and call the question. And once the question is called, there is no further conversation, debate, or closing. Okay, so Trustee Toon has asked to call the question. Are there any opposed to calling the question on the amendment to the amendment? The amendment to the amendment reads that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling a meeting of the whole meeting date in the month of July and August. All those opposed to calling the question on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all of those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, or sorry, all of those opposed to the amendment to the amendment? Perfect. Okay, so now we're just discussing the amendment, which is that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling meeting of the whole meeting dates in the month of July and August. Yep. Trustee Gimber is calling the question.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question, please.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Is there anyone opposed to calling the question? Seeing none. All those opposed to the amendment? Seeing none. Okay, so that is now the motion on the floor.
I'd like to call the question, please.
For a third time. Are there any opposed to calling the question on the amendment that reads that the Board of Trustees approves scheduling meeting of the whole meetings dates in the month of July and August? Any opposed to calling the question? Seeing none. Any opposed to the motion? Perfect, that is carried. Thank you, that was fun. We voted on the exact same thing 3 times in a row, but we followed the rules of order. Perfect, okay. We will now move on to F4. Got it, Nikki. I never want to leave you behind. Okay. International student travel. This is going to be presented by our superintendent, Mr. Darrell Sequin. As per the LRSD Administrative Procedure 259, off-campus activities, international student travel, category 4. Is that right? Yeah, right? The I before the V, okay, is limited to grades 7s to 12. Trips shall have educational goals which align with the provincial government of studies. Supervision involving all student ratios are 4:1 for grades 7 to 9 and 5:1 for grades 10 to 12. All trips shall happen over the spring break. All trips shall be planned to maximize student safety. Most international student travel happens over the spring break, and student exchanges can happen at any time throughout the school year, impacting students missing days of school. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees restrict student travel for educational purposes within Canada. This is being moved by, is there anyone who wants to move this? I'm happy to move it. And I will put it right to Superintendent Sequin to speak to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Nikki is just going to pull up the presentation that I prepared for you with some information, but while she's doing that, I'll just do a little bit of a lead-in. So senior admin has been in conversation with our school administrators about the increasing workload and responsibilities associated with their roles. One item that we've discussed with the high school administrators in particular is a shared concern among senior admin, and that's of international student travel. So there's no doubt that international student travel is a great experience for these young kids. However, as a school division, we must carefully evaluate whether the trips that are taking place are worth the risk, considering the growing concerns around increased liability, lack of equity around opportunity, and resource allocation. So the world, as we all know, just tuning into the news on any particular day, the world, especially outside of Canada, is becoming increasingly dangerous with more incidents of political unrest, natural disasters, and health emergencies. As a school division responsible for the care of children, it's one thing to be in Canada or near home and deal with local and national situations. However, it's much more difficult to navigate issues and emergencies that arise when students and staff are overseas. Okay, Nikki. Our current administrative procedure requires that staff clearly outline the curricular outcomes to be achieved through the international trip. Most trips that come in tie very easily to the social studies curriculum or to the English language arts objectives. The question really becomes, are these expensive and more risky international student trips necessary to achieve the curricular outcomes? And we would say no, that in the classroom, where the majority of the students are learning about various countries and cultures and that sort of things, and with the different advances in technology now, there certainly is not a requirement for international travel to cover those sorts of course outcomes. Okay, next page. Sorry, my document here that I'm following, there it is. In the area of equity, the cost of international student travel is increasing all of the time, as the cost of everything is. And this certainly creates a barrier to participation for many students. International trips, they cost a lot, they take up a great deal of administrative time, and only serve a small number of students, yet the liability for the school division is increasing all of the time. You can see that the average cost is coming in around $5,000 or more, depending on where the students might travel to, and this creates a significant barrier to participation. The time required as well for administration, both at the school level and senior admin, to review and to verify and to vet each of the trips and the risks and the liabilities are increasing as well, with different requirements from insurance providers, and depends on the excursions that the students want to participate in on the trips as well, and the certifications that those people overseas might have or might not have to guarantee student safety. So the staff that are planning these trips dedicate a substantial amount of hours to research, planning, holding meetings, often arranging for fundraising opportunities to kind of lower the costs or for the students as well. And the requirements for the extensive documentation that we require now to meet our liability requirements often begin at least 8 months to a year before the trip takes place. And it's a burden that is taking our staff away from their core responsibilities of providing instruction at the school and the classroom level. In addition, our staff, both at the school level and at senior admin that are involved with these trips in any aspect, are really on call 24/7 if something were to happen. Fortunately, we have not had a major incident, but the risk is always there. We'll go to the next page, Nikki. One of the concerning trends that we've noticed over the time that I've been superintendent, over the past 8 years for sure, is there's a declining number of staff willing to participate in the organization of the trips. If you think about all of the logistics, the increased liability, there are staff still that are incredibly dedicated who want to provide this opportunity for students. And so they go to the extent of going through all of this time and commitment to research and plan and hold the meetings and fundraise and everything else. But we've had situations where even recently we've almost had to cancel trips because of a lack of staff participation and enough supervision. So what happens is more of the chaperoning, more of the supervision is falling onto parents. And rarely do our schools, rarely do our staff require the students to do any sort of follow-up educational assessment or assignment based on the trip. So the question becomes again, you know, is there educational value for these trips that outweighs the increased liability and the time required? So with all of that, based on our review, senior admin is recommending that the board consider the options here around international travel and weigh the risks and liability that the board is taking on when students do travel abroad. And so we recommend that student travel be restricted in Canada going forward. So I'll leave that with you, and if possible, we'll try to answer any questions that you might have, and may ask Jeff or Chad to be part of answering as well, as they have different pieces of background and information as we are all involved in approving these trips.
Thank you, Mr. Seguin. So we will now open it up to discussion and questions from the board. Trustee Long.
Sure, I'll go first. I'm not necessarily opposed to this recommendation, but I do have a couple thoughts regarding it. Now that this has been put in the form of a motion, I would like time to discuss this matter with parents, school council, other community members and staff, which I haven't done. So although administration has spent time discussing this, I haven't done it, and maybe that's, I knew I was aware of that this motion might come forward, but I would like time to talk with the community members about it. This could be postponed, I think, to a later fall date, which would also include our new superintendent, and not only a new superintendent, but a new associate superintendent who's involved in international travel. So that would be my recommendation, that this be postponed or defeated at this time and then brought up again in the fall.
Okay, so Trustee Long, I just need clarity on which of those you would like to do. Are you moving that we postpone this question until a future date in the fall?
I am moving that we postpone this until a future date in the fall.
Okay, so we can debate whether or not we want to postpone this. We can also amend the postponement to include a certain date or other things, and then we will vote on it. But right now we're just discussing Trustee Long's motion to postpone this item until a future date in the fall. If you have questions around that piece, go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Appreciate the comments on it and seeking feedback from community members and students. I'd be opposed to postponing it to the fall because of the timelines that Superintendent Seguin spoke about of how long and how far out trips are planned. I wouldn't be opposed to postponing it to our June meeting, so we could have a round of school councils and get an opportunity to seek some of that feedback. But I think waiting to the fall, you're essentially halfway through or more through the process of other trips being planned, and that could be costly and detrimental to those students and people if it was past, when trips are past deposit dates.
Okay, so Trustee Toon, you are amending this to say it would be moved to postpone this item until our June meeting date. Okay, so we're now just speaking to the amendment to the amendment. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Yeah, it's just that it does not address the fact that we're going to have a new superintendent and a new associate superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Any other questions, comments around the amendment to the amendment? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Thanks. feel like I should comment so people know why I'm voting the way I'm voting. So I see both sides here, that Trustee Toon is saying just until June gives us a chance to speak to our school council, so I agree with that. But when it comes to postponing to fall, I'd be more inclined to just vote it down. I can't think of the word right now. Voting against the postponement and voting against the motion entirely, and then bringing it back up later once we have new admin established.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any other questions or comments around the amendment to the amendment? Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
I mean, I agree that we should be discussing this with our parents and with, you know, to find out for school councils, to find out just exactly what the feeling is out there about this, because we're making this decision that's based upon an action for the students, and I would have no idea what the parents would be thinking of this because I haven't really talked about it. In terms of the time, if we do decide to defeat this, it can't be brought up again until after the organizational meeting. So that would be when the new board is on. So I would then say that we should perhaps leave it until June. So I agree with that.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Any other thoughts around the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none. The amendment to the amendment is that the Board of Trustees postpone this item until our June board meeting. Okay. Any opposed to that? Okay, that's carried. So there's now a postponement on the floor. If there's no other questions or comments around it, we need a majority vote to move ahead with this postponement. And the postponement reads that this move to postpone this item until the June board meeting. We'll give everyone a moment. Okay. Are there any opposed to this being postponed? You're opposed. That's carried. Thank you. So item E4 has been postponed until the June board meeting, where we will see that again. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to move on to F5, third-party assessment for capital planning prioritization. In response to the March 25th, 2025 motion number 24-231 to postpone this question until the April 29th, 2025 regular board meeting, the Board of Trustees will discuss third-party assessment for capital plan prioritization. The original motion said it's been over 20 years since Canyon, Matthew Halton, and Livingstone schools were last assessed and prioritized on the capital plan list. With the Nanton Community Solution now moving into its building phase, it is essential to begin advocating for our next major project. To ensure information, decision-making, and effective community engagement, we need a clear understanding of the building needs and the challenges of all three schools. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consultant to assess the current state and funding needs, future needs of Canyon, Matthew Halton, and Livingstone schools. This assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which school should be prioritized first on the capital plan list. This motion was originally made by me. I can move it again. And I have nothing to add than what is in there currently. It's been a long time, and it's time to make sure that the next school that we're moving forward is the school that is in the most physical need and as far as capacity for students and community needs. So open it up for discussion. Trustee Yegus?
At this point, it has been decided by both our capital plan, which was passed at the last board meeting, and by announcements. We got money for the pre-planning for Livingstone School. We've already set up a date for community engagement. I guess the question is, what do you do, or what are we going to do? Just ignore all of the things that have been done? There has been a very excellent article put in the local paper on the community, on Lumber Committee, Livingston School update. So the whole community knows about it right now, that we are going ahead with this update. I guess my question here is, why are we bringing this forward again? Because Livingston has already been decided for and approved for a pre-planning phase. On our capital plan, Livingston is first, then comes the Pinch Creek schools, then comes the assessment. An assessment is going to cost a lot of money, probably because you have to get a third party involved. I just think right now the public in that area is aware that we have a pre-planning stage. Thank you for Livingston.
Thanks, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Kimber?
Thank you. When I read the recommendation, it's just asking for a third-party consultation to be done of the future needs of the 3 schools. It doesn't say anything at all about, well, I guess it would provide an analysis to determine which one should be prioritized on the capital plan list, but I don't think it really impacts what the announcements have been at this point. It's to get the assessment of these 3 schools. So I don't know how the two really fit together. In a sense, it's not going to put a stop to anything that's happening right now.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, or go ahead, Trustee Yegus, please just remember everyone to address the chair only.
Then why are we having, going ahead and doing this consulting if we're not going to do anything about it?
Thank you. So the original intent of the motion is to make sure we're doing what's best for every student every day and making sure that, we always set out a plan, but we need to revisit that plan how often it depends on what the plan is, but an assessment hasn't been done for 20 years. So in doing what's best for every student every day, just taking a look at having them all assessed by an outside party could be helpful to make sure that the priorities are still in the order. We'll go to Mr. Perry, had some information to add, and then we'll go to Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. After our last board meeting, I reached out to Alberta Education to seek clarification on a process, if we can receive additional funding for an assessment process to look at all of our schools within the jurisdiction. And they've not committed to an amount, but they've indicated and provided me with a process, and that we are eligible to ask, outside of the capital plan timing frame for funding for these types of purposes. It helped that I shared that Lethbridge had received funding in this manner, and so I'm sure the response was somewhat diplomatic, but with that, I wonder if there's any consideration to assess all schools as part of this motion, and which is, it's like the indication in the preamble, it's been a long time, and we've talked about this for a little while. I have looked into some organizations that have the ability to do it, and if we adjust it to that, then my request to the provincial government can be to assess all of our schools within the division.
Thank you for sharing that important information, Mr. Perry. Trustee Hodges, we'll go to you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm actually glad Mr. Perry went first, because I was actually going to make a suggestion that we maybe look at all the schools, because it has been so long, and not just the 3 that are listed here. So I would like to make an amendment that the engaging a third-party consultant to assess the current and future needs of all our schools in Livingston Range.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. So we're now just speaking to the amendment that reads that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consultant to assess the current state and future needs of all our schools. This assessment will provide an objective and analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list. Only speaking to that now. Trustee Long, did you want to speak to that? Okay, perfect. She beat you. So Trustee Gimber, we'll go ahead to you.
Make an amendment to the amendment, and it would be if we receive funding from the provincial government like Lethbridge did.
So that the Board of Trustees request funding for third-party request government funding for a third-party consultant to assess the current state and future needs of all our schools. This assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan. So this motion then is it's not committing to go ahead. It's just first committing to engage in a request for the funding. So that is the amendment to the amendment. Okay, I'm seeing, there you go, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, I think the last amendment to the amendment changes the intent. It goes from doing something to requesting do something. So I'd be opposed to adding that in if that was a subsequent motion after to revisit it if we do not get funds from the government. But I disagree. I think there's a need for doing it, and there's a process for asking for funds, and there's a process for asking through IMR dollars if we don't receive those funds. So I like to see the process continue.
Yeah, I agree that that does change the intent. So then the amendment to the amendment will not be allowed, but could come forward as a subsequent motion. Right? Okay, so the amendment on the floor is just for it to read that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consultant to assess the current state of all of our schools. This assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list. Is there any other questions or comments around this specific amendment?
I have a point of information.
Go ahead.
So do I. So mine is with regards to the whole, it changes the intent, because this is now the third time today where the intent has been changed or allowed or not allowed, and we're not being consistent. So I'm curious I need somebody to explain this to me, what changing the intent means and who determines if the intent's been changed.
Okay, so my understanding of changing the intent is when a motion is, the intent of the motion is, here specifically, is to get an assessment of these schools. When you change part of the motion, that isn't just about whether or not we're going to assess the schools. Now we're talking about, well, how do we get funding for that? What does that look like? Or, you know, I don't know, because this is changing from just 3 schools that were going to be assessed to now assessing all the schools. And so my understanding is that if it changes the intent and you're moving in a different direction, or it's talking about how it will be carried out, that's when it would not be allowed. But anyone who can add further, please go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, requesting the funding from the government wouldn't change the intent, but saying it will not go forward if there's not requesting from the government. So the intent is to go forward with something, and then you amend it to not go forward if something occurs in it. That, to me, changes the intent of it. So there's other ways to bring those things forward through other motions, but I agree if somebody feels that it should be, we should ask that it be not considered an amendment, and then the board should vote on it. It shouldn't just be that somebody makes a comment that I feel that this is, even including the chair can make that determination, but we should be able to, as board members, say we uphold the chair's decision, or we would like to vote on the chair's decision on saying it doesn't align.
Point of clarity then. So it's the chair's decision?
No, what trustee
Good.
Toon is saying it should be voted on. Go
Point-
ahead.
It is a chair's decision to make it, but we can, if you can oppose what the chair decides, and that is voted on.
Yes. So if you disagree with the ruling of the chair, then the board would vote on it. Just quick, what it says online is that if it alters the scope or effect of it. So I don't know that that's Robert's Rules of Order, but that's what it says. So, okay. Well, Chair Hodges, do you have anything to add since you are our current chair and are the one who usually makes this ruling?
As I'm not chairing the meetings, it is up to you right now.
Oh, sorry, I just meant around what changes, what would constitute changing the intent of a motion. But if you have nothing to add, that's okay too.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought you were asking. Yeah, just listening to what everybody says, I do feel like if there's anything that no, sorry, I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, we're just gonna move forward with the current amendment that trustee Hodges has. And yeah, I would say, I mean, for me, I don't think it changes the intent of the motion, as the motion is to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list, not just out of these three, but out of all of them, knowing that there's, potential to do them all. As the mover of the motion, I don't think it changes the intent, because we're still going to find out which schools, whether we just do the three or all of them, will be prioritized at the top of the list and need to be there. So I would leave this amendment and let discussion and voting happen on it, unless anyone disagrees with that ruling. Yeah, go ahead, trustee Gimber.
My question on our capital plan, the third item that's listed there is a review, correct? Are those one and the same thing?
Okay, so do we have any more question or comment around the amendment that's currently on the floor? Okay, seeing none, are there any opposed to the amendment that states that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consult to assess the current state of needs of all schools? The assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list. Any opposed? Okay, that is carried. And we will now continue to discuss the motion as it now reads. Go ahead, trustee Toon.
I'd like to make a quick amendment, if that's possible.
I don't think it is.
That it finish the sentence at the very end, and schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan and request funds to do so from the provincial government. And I'll speak to that right now, if you'd allow me to, Madam Chair.
Okay.
That it doesn't allow us, if we don't get funds, it doesn't say that we're not going to do that. We can still move forward with it. But as Mr. Perry said, that there's a precedent for doing that, and it provides the direction to administration and clarification that we have a request coming from the board to the provincial government in doing that.
Okay, thank you. So, Nikki, just at the end there, so it would be, the only thing you're gonna add is, and request funding from the provincial government. And that will be right at the very end. So the sentence will read, this assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list and request funding from
and the requested funding.
And the requested funding from the provincial government. Do you want that to be at the end of the first sentence, Brad?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It
it might be better if it's that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consult to assess the current state and future needs of all our schools and request the funding from the provincial government. And then it speaks to what the analysis is for. So you're just going to add that at the end of the first sentence. Thank you, Nikki. Questions or comments around the amendment currently on the floor? Seeing none. Are there any opposed to the amendment that reads that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consult to assess the current state and future needs of our schools and request funding from the provincial government? This assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list. Any opposed? Perfect. That is now the motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion to happen around this? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Just want to thank Trustee Poitras for bringing this forward. I know this is something we've talked about for a good amount of time, and Trustee Gimber is right at the end of our capital plan. This is the third thing on there, but knowing how long it takes the government to make announcements for our capital projects, starting at the top, moving down, that could be a 15-year process, what we're looking at, and with the timeframes that have been highlighted of 20 plus years of the past study being done, I agree. I think this is too long, and we need to get this done so we can set up the future school boards for the information to make the decisions and administration to the capacity to do that work by having it externally and funding hopefully provided by the provincial government. So appreciate everyone's support for this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Yegas?
My question is, and I would like a definitive answer on this, will the Livingstone School go ahead right now with the, seeing they got the pre-planning, with the money for it, that they got it, will it go ahead with the modernization and or whatever they're going to do?
Unfortunately, we can't speak to whether or not the government is going to move forward with a modernization. However, the planning dollars that have been dedicated to the school are already being planned to put in motion. Those meetings will happen, and those meetings can happen in more than one community at a time. So moving forward with this motion does not stop Livingstone School pre-planning dollars to be spent on pre-planning or stop those meetings from happening. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
The only thing that I would add to that is that we know that this provincial government prioritizes projects that are ready and that have gone through the planning process. So the further we are along in a planning process, the more likely we'll get approval for projects.
Perfect. So I can't speak on behalf of the whole board, but as far as I'm concerned, that's the most definitive answer you can get to that question right now. Unless anyone has anything else to add, we'll go to Trustee Long.
Yeah, I'd just add for Trustee Yegas, I think I don't see the government putting out money for pre-planning and then switching a project. That'd be a total waste of money. That's just my opinion. Once they've started it, I don't have the fear that the Livingstone School wouldn't go ahead. But of course, as Mr. Perry said, we don't have a crystal ball. But since it's already started, I'm sure, I would hope it would continue.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
Okay, so again, in the spirit of everybody knowing why I'm voting the way I'm voting, I would vote in favor of this. With the caveat, though, that I want to kind of stay conscious, I guess, of the fact that we do have two schools that are still on the list. And there's a little tiny whatever in my mind, worried that when the assessment comes in, if there's other schools that are worse than these ones, they might get bumped up on the list. So it's something that I'm thinking about, but I think it is important because, like Trustee Toon said, it can take 15 years for this stuff to get rolling. It's better to get it rolling, especially when there's kind of a precedent set right now that funding has been provided for school divisions to do this right now. So I would vote in favor of it for that reason, with that little birdie in the back of my mind.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Yegas?
I would just like to make the statement that at this point, seeing that we've got the pre-planning to go and everything ready to go ahead, that if 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 a decision is made that other schools will come ahead, there is going to be some issues in regard to it. I would like it known that we are going to go ahead to do as much as we can with Livingston School, because it has been pre-planned, pre-approved. This has been ongoing for many years in terms of being on the capital, the first on the capital plan. So I am going to get a lot of questions when this comes up from my community. And I don't know, I would like to be able to give them an answer in one way or another.
Thanks, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Toon?
I'd ask we call the question, Madam Chair.
Okay, if we call the question, there's no closing and there is no more debate. We need a majority. All those opposed to calling the question at this point? Seeing none. Go ahead.
I would request recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a request for the recorded vote. And just for a refresher, the recommendation and the motion that we are about to vote on is that the Board of Trustees engage a third-party consult to assess the current state and future needs of all our schools and request funding from the provincial government. This assessment will provide an objective analysis to determine which schools should be prioritized first on the capital plan list. Are there any opposed? That is carried. We'll just give Nikki a minute. Okay, you've got it. Perfect. Okay, at this time, I would move that we move out of order and break for lunch, as it is 12:02. And I know, I thought we were going to get there, but no. 12:30. Our lunch is set for 12:30. There we go. Okay. No, we're okay to keep going, Nikki. Yep. Some of us skipped breakfast. I'm hungry. We're getting our squats in. Okay, perfect. Well, listen, we might make it just in time then. Okay, so we are going to... What? No, I didn't. Okay, we're moving on to F6, our last current action item, and it is Executive Governance Committee. So, in response to a notice of motion from March 25th, 2025 board meeting, Trustee Toon will discuss establishing an executive governance committee with the Board of Trustees. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees establish an executive governance committee. This committee shall be responsible for overseeing governance, review, and evaluation matters, and will include as one of its responsibilities the representation of the board in the hiring process of a deputy superintendent. This is being moved by Trustee Toon. Did you want us to bring up, or do you just want to read out the other information?
I can read it out.
Okay, thank you.
Make it easier for Nikki not to.
We just had additional information sent out in an email, so we'll have Trustee Toon read that and then go ahead and speak to the recommendation.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I'd ask that just the preamble that I sent in, Nikki, be included in the minutes there. And it's the background for the motion. Since it was a notice of motion, it didn't go in with the motion, and I apologize for it not making the agenda. And it reads that effective governance is crucial for the Board of Trustees to ensure thorough review and evaluation of governance matters. A dedicated committee is needed. The creation of an executive governance committee will allow for focused attention on these important issues. Currently, the majority of governance responsibilities fall upon the chair and at times include the vice chair. This situation lacks clear direction regarding the review process, resulting in an ineffective use of time and additional workload for these individuals. Moreover, within a defined structure for evaluation and expectations, governance practices can become inconsistent from year to year. A dedicated body would enhance efficiency, accountability, and transparency. Additionally, involving the board in the hiring process of a deputy superintendent through this committee ensures their perspectives is represented in this crucial appointment. And I can speak to the motion. So in my time on the board, we've done a lot of different things for evaluating the board. And one of the things that we struggle with is how process-wise on how we do things from organizational meeting to process for evaluation. And it leaves at times the board chair and vice struggling without clear direction and responsibility on that. And again, they meet and they're not technically a committee, but they're tasked with the roles and responsibility from it. And when I heard that there was some other school boards that had this executive governance committee, it provided a clear place for terms of reference and clear guidelines and consistency in evaluating how we do things. So it could be that the committee does a survey of the board after the evaluation process to have recommended changes, but it provides consistency on how and when process does. And I think as we're expiring as a board and setting up a new board with a superintendent and executive to have the success coming in, I think the process matters, and having it be one less thing that we dump on the plate of the chair and the vice and just say run with it without clear direction on how that happens. I think we set the future board up for failure, and this can help alleviate that. So like any committee, a terms of reference would come back to the board for approval. So that's where we can get into the weeds on how and when things were doing. But one of the unique things I wanted to highlight from the start that the majority of the boards that have this do, because it could be possibly something that's happening in the future, that sitting in on the hiring of the deputy superintendent was something that this committee is tasked with when other boards have this committee. So I wanted to highlight that as well. I apologize that it's a lot for one motion, but I felt like just the timing of where we're at in the year and the amount that's going to have to come back for terms of reference before the organizational meeting, that we needed as much time going forward to do that. And I think having the flexibility of having 3 trustees, it can include the chair and the vice and another one. If the chair or the vice don't want to sit on it, which I would hope that they would want to, they could not put their names forward and somebody else could be willing to do that. So it's all about flexibility and workload of the board and ensuring that the work of the board goes forward, and at the same time provides continuity and structure for it to occur. So I look forward to some great feedback on this motion.
Thank you so much, Trustee Toon. I'll open it up for questions and comments. Trustee Charchin?
Thank you, Trustee Toon, for providing some more clarity on what some of those responsibilities would be. A couple things came to my mind in the hiring process for the deputy superintendent, and wondering why that would not include associate superintendents as well. And the last piece that I was thinking about is how do we hold the superintendent responsible if we are part of the hiring? You know, we hire the superintendent and then the responsibility of the rest is his, but when we are part of that hiring, even though sometimes it's implied pressure, not that we have a vote necessarily, that question came to my mind. How would we hold that superintendent responsible when we are part of the selection process in any manner?
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Any other? Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Yeah, first of all, I would state that there's 2 parts here, so I'll speak to it in 2 parts. As far as the Executive Governance Committee, I wouldn't be opposed to this because I trust Trustee Toon's experience and knowledge in other boards and in governance much more than the knowledge and experience I have. I would question the idea of another committee. I believe we have 21 already, and now we'd have 22. I'm just passing that out as a thought. Trustees can think about when they vote. However, when it comes to the board being involved in the hiring of associate superintendents, I'm against that. It's quite a bit different than the hiring of a school principal. I agreed with that. We know our communities, we're involved in them, we know the parents and the schools and staff, and so I could see that, but this is not hiring an administrator in a community. This is hiring central administration for the whole division. I think that's totally different. The superintendent has the knowledge and the experience that we don't have, and they need to work with these people that they're hiring. I feel that this responsibility should totally fall on the superintendent in hiring.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Other comments around this one? Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
Thank you. I will echo Trustee Georgian's question about the responsibility then the super in return and in terms of the deputy superintendents or the associate superintendents. I really question why a board wants to get involved in management when our goal is governance. And this can pose some issues, and I think the issues could really be for the superintendent. I also agree that we have a lot of committees right now, and another committee is just adding on. We talk about financial. I think this is another case of money being spent that isn't needed. So I would vote against this also.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. We'll go to Trustee Toon, and then I'll come to you, Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to address some of the questions and queries that were brought up. I think that this is the same as with the sitting in of principals. You're not the person selecting it. The trustees aren't the ones selecting it. We still hold the administration accountable for hiring principals, even though now we're going forward, we're sitting in on those. It doesn't mean we're getting into administration. In fact, the majority of boards around us sit in on have at least the board chair or somebody sit in on the deputy superintendent. So it's similar. It's not to say that we are more involved with the deputy superintendent than we are principals because of the amount that we meet with them and have that. So I think it is a great relationship builder from the start, hearing what priorities are the board from trustees individually and from the start of the relationship. I think it's a positive, and I don't feel it's a negative. As far as committees, yes, it technically increases the number of committees we have, but the work is already being done by the chair and the vice. So, and it's a challenge for them to do all this work with all the other commitments that they have. So having additional people to help shoulder the burden, I think, is a benefit, and it's not going to come at a huge cost. This isn't a committee that's going to have to meet monthly by any means, but just having the continuity to, you could have a new chair and a vice, and with 3 people on the committee, you could still have somebody who is involved in the process. So as far as strengthening continuity and planning of the board going forward, I think it's a huge benefit.
Thank you. We will go to Trustee Gimper. Trustee Hodges' question was answered in your addressing of some of those issues, so we'll move to Trustee Gimper.
Thanks, Chair. We do have a lot of committees, but I wanted to point out for the public's sake that many of them are inactive. There's some of those committees, there may be 21 of them, but in 4 years that I've been here, there's some committees that have never met. So I don't think that that's a valid concern, really, that we have too many committees. We have committees for a reason, and it's to get the work done of the board. I don't think when it comes to sitting in on the deputy superintendent, again, it's the same as the administrators. There's no harm in sitting in there. It allows for better governance, if anything. You're not management, you're not HR, you're literally sitting there to oversee, and that is the point of being a governor. Other boards are doing it, they're doing it for a reason. I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you so much. Trustee Gimber, questions, comments around where we're sitting right now? I'm just going to read the recommendation as it sits right now. And after that, if there's no more questions or comments, then we'll have Trustee Toon close, but you still have the opportunity. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees establish an executive governance committee. This committee shall be responsible for overseeing governance review and evaluation matters and will include as one of its responsibilities the representation of the board in the hiring process for deputy superintendent. Any further questions or comments around this? Go ahead, Trustee Charchin.
For me personally, I could be in favor of the Executive Governance Committee. Some of those pieces that Trustee Toon talked about would have provided some more clarity for me as a newer trustee. Where I'm having trouble is also voting on the one of the responsibilities being the board in the hiring process for the deputy superintendent. So I think with that piece there, I would probably vote against the motion.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to the meaning of the hiring process as far as does that look the same as sitting in on principal interviews, or do you want to leave that to be determined by the committee should it be created and in the terms of reference?
Yeah, I left it vague because in the hiring process, we did the similar thing when we passed the motion with the principals. We didn't define what that looked like so that we could get that all in writing before it. And if this takes longer to come forward, then we still have an avenue to participate in that. So yeah, I'd be open to splitting this into two motions if that is still an issue for trustees, to have it end after evaluation matters and then have that be a subsequent motion if it passes.
Okay, did you want to go ahead and do that now, or
yeah,
did you want to? Okay.
I'll do that just to facilitate if there's issues or more clarity needs to happen, or if somebody wants to table the second motion, that provides opportunity for more thought into that if trustees are seeking more clarity.
Okay, so there is an amendment on the floor. There will now be two motions, and the first is that the Board of Trustees establish an executive governance committee. This committee shall be responsible for overseeing governance review and evaluation matters. Did you just want to amend it to that and then have a subsequent motion if anyone feels like it after, or did you want to put the subsequent motion? Okay. Okay, so then the second motion will read the executive governance committee roles will include, or that's okay, the executive governance committee responsibilities will include the representation of the board in the hiring process. And then if you just highlight up here, the representation of board in the hiring, yeah, there you go. Let's see how that looks. So the Executive Governance Committee will include as one of its responsibilities the representation of the board in the hiring process of the Deputy Superintendent. Okay, perfect. Do those both read how you want them to? Okay, perfect. So we can have discussion on this amendment of separating these if there's any questions, concerns, or discussion. Seeing none. Well, we have to just vote on separating them. That's the amendment. So we'll just vote on the amendment of having these be two separate motions. so that the motions now read as two separate. That is, the Board of Trustees establish an executive governance committee. This committee shall be responsible for overseeing governance, review, and evaluation matters. And a second motion that will read, the executive governance committee will include as one of its responsibilities the representation of the board in the hiring process for deputy superintendent. Okay, so are there any opposed to this amendment? Seeing none, I'll open up conversation for the first motion that the Board of Trustees establish an executive governance committee. That committee shall be responsible for overseeing governance, review, and evaluation matters. If there's any questions or comments, otherwise we'll have Trustee Toon close. Seeing none, go ahead and close on that one, Trustee Toon, if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the great discussion on this. I think this is a real opportunity for us to empower the future board to have the knowledge and skills of the board to make sure that we're doing our best in all our governance roles and reviewing our evaluations. And there's a lot of, I think, unique things that our board does, and we can help facilitate that good work going forward by making sure we have the committees there to support it.
Thank you for that. So we are now voting. I'll ask for those opposed. So the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees establish an executive governance committee. That committee shall be responsible for overseeing governance, review, and evaluation matters. All those opposed? Okay, and that is carried. And we'll now move on to the second motion. The Executive Governance Committee will include as one of its responsibilities the representation of the board in the hiring process for Deputy Superintendent. Trustee Gimber?
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. This is still open for questions, but you can call for a recorded vote at any point. So this one will have a recorded vote. Trustee Hodges, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually would like to make a motion to table this to the next board meeting. I would like to have an opportunity to be able to look through boards, other boards, and see how they use this as their governance level and process.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to table this matter. We looked it up last year and it can be tabled indefinitely. Actually, it does not have to be, you can put anything down on the table, although usually you would postpone it. So Lori, did you want to table it or you want to postpone it?
Okay. To the next board meeting in, what month are we in? May, June.
Postpone it until the next. Okay, so if we're postponing, then we can discuss or amend the postponement, and then we'll vote on it. So Trustee Hodges is asking, sorry that I called you Lori, is asking that we postpone it until our June board meeting. Is there any questions or concerns or amendments to postponing it? Sorry, to May. Still, yeah, it will be May because it's still in April right now. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges. You're against your postponement. You're muted.
Sorry, can I just speak to it a little bit, or do I need to wait?
No, you absolutely can. Go ahead.
It's not that I'm opposed or for this right now, but I just would like the opportunity for board members to be able to have enough information so that we're not just voting down a motion because of lack of information. So I just thought postponing it would be a good idea for everybody then to be able to feel comfortable with how they're voting.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions, comments, amendments, concerns? No. Okay, so we'll just vote. We need a 2/3 majority to have this postponed until the May board meeting. Are there any opposed to the postponement? Seeing none, that is carried, and we will postpone motion number 2 until our May meeting. Okay, and with that, we're 5 minutes early for lunch. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Sorry, I have a question. So when I put that it was going to be a recorded vote. Does that automatically carry over to the next meeting?
Yeah, it should happen no matter what. That motion has a recorded vote attached to it, is
Okay.
my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
They're buddies now, unless anyone else understands that differently. Okay, so we will break for lunch and come back at 12 or at 1 o'clock. Is everyone comfortable? Go ahead.
Are we gonna motion to go on camera after lunch break now, so we don't have to come back in here?
Listen, you guys, no, we're gonna take lunch now, then we'll come back in here and we can do our key messages and stuff if we want first, before we go into camera. Yeah, okay. I'm doing whatever I want. Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. We're going to call this meeting back to order at 1:05. Sorry, we're a few minutes late. I would move that we move out of order. Sorry, that was probably really loud. Suspend the rules and consider doing our key messages and our potential press release items before we move into camera. Is there any opposed to that? Okay, I'm seeing none. So we will move to H, our key messages from today's meetings. Any recommendations? Trustee Long, if you just slide your mic a little bit forward too. Thanks.
Could we make a mention that the recommendation for international school travel was postponed until, I don't remember the date, Trustee Toon, June meeting, right? Till June meeting. And that way it gives people who read our key messages an opportunity to think about it, might respond to us.
Okay, so we just want to share the information about it being postponed, but we don't want to share the information shared with us and get feedback on it.
Do you think we should have, or can we put recommendations on our key messages?
Sometimes we just get feedback, but I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page, that we're just sharing the information. Go ahead, Trustee Charchin.
I'm thinking that asking for feedback with them understanding the whole story might not be to everyone's best interest.
Okay, so we will share the update that it was postponed until the June meeting, but not engage any further. Okay. Will you unmute your mic there? Okay. The motion F5 that lets everyone know that the Board of Trustees is going to engage a third-party consultant to assess the current state, future needs of all of our school, and petition the government for money for everything, please. Okay, any other thoughts? So we have our presentations on there, our third-party assessment, and the international school being bumped. Any other recommendations? Seeing none. Anything that feels as though it should be a press release item from today's meeting? F3, did you say? Oh. Key message number 3, the third-party assessment for capital plan prioritization. I'm comfortable with that being a press release. Trustees, other trustees have any objection to that? Seeing none. Okay, any other potential press releases from today's meeting? Seeing none. Okay, then we will leave it at that. And if I could get a motion to move in camera at 1:09, Trustee Toon. He's got right beside me and less hair on that side, so first hand I saw. Okay, and we will move in camera now. Thank you so much.